right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Hire 101. This is HackerEarth's flagship event and one of the world's biggest tech talent events all around the world. In fact, you are now part of one of the biggest events of this particular year as well. So, Hire 101 brings together industry thought leaders, hiring managers, and recruiting professionals to initiate thought provoking and candid conversations. Innovative hiring practices that also make it really hard for skilled developers to ideate and innovate with freedom is something that's been plaguing the industry today. Hire 101 aims to break that chasm by raising the hiring bar for developers, resolving bias, and making skill the foremost criteria for hiring in the developer community. Now, this is our very first edition of the event, and our theme for this particular event is tech recruiting in 2020 and beyond, with focus on developing hiring processes for a post-COVID world. Well, we are going through a tough time right now and a time of uncertainty. I mean, literally no one would have anticipated that at the start of 2020, the world will be gripped by a pandemic and that social distancing would become the next buzzword and that remote working would be the new normal. And even something like this event that we have today, moving from what used to be a physical, in person affair to going completely virtual. Everything looks to be headed towards either being remote first or remote only. And well, needless to say, tech recruiting is no different. We're also going to look at how COVID has changed the way companies approach technical screening, interviewing, and tech recruiting in general. Well, before we begin, I thought I'd tell you a little bit about what we do at HackerEarth. So we are a developer assessment company that helps companies accurately measure developer skills through online coding assessments and technical interviews. What the platform does is that it takes a skill-based approach to assessment, allowing companies to automatically generate standardized tests based on various skills or role or job descriptions even, and then accurately measure a developer's performance on those particular skills. We also have a community of over 4.5 million developers all around the world who come into the platform to learn how to program or how to code better and become better versions of the programmer themselves. Well, long story short, when it's time to recruit tech talent, it's time for HackerEarth. We do have a great lineup of speakers for you all today, covering some really thought-provoking topics. Like, for instance, we're going to have Sachin, the CEO and founder of HackerEarth, talking to you about tech recruiting in 2020 and beyond. We also have a panel discussion on kicking racial stereotyping and bias out of tech recruiting. There's going to be a session by Monica Bajaj from Workday, where she's going to be talking about where we are today in terms of gender gap in tech. And we're going to round things off with another panel on how to build effective and diverse engineering teams for the future. We also have a short session at the end on what's coming up on HackerEarth over the next quarter or so. And there's also going to be a tiny announcement that we're going to be making at the end of the event. So guys, please do stay tuned for that as well. Just so you know, there will be opportunities for you all to network and speak with other attendees during the event, but not while a session is live. So while I'm talking right now, you probably aren't going to be able to talk to anybody else who's attending the event. But once my session's over, you're going to be able to actually talk to people who are attending the event as well. There's also going to be dedicated networking breaks, I think sometime by lunch as well as at the end of the event, wherein you can use that opportunity to catch up with fellow peers from the industry who are also attending this event. And of course, if you'd like to spread the word about some of the insights and takeaways from this event, please go ahead and do share things on social using the hashtag Hire101. That's hashtag Hire101. For now, sit back, relax, take in all the insights that's coming your way, and needless to say, enjoy the show.
Super excited to be here in front of you, although virtually. Would have loved to do this in person. And I hope you enjoyed the various sessions that we have planned for you today. So if at the start of the year, I had told you that we would be attending a virtual event, sitting around on virtual tables, listening to sessions on a virtual stage, while being stuck at our homes in front of our laptops, you all would have laughed at me. But here we are, doing the unthinkable. When this pandemic started, I, like so many else, thought all would be back to normal in a couple of months. And in the worst case, we would be back to offices before the end of the year. Actually, I was hoping for September. And the truth is, we are towards the end of the third quarter, and no one has any clue when things are going back to normal. In fact, we don't even know if there's any normal to go back to. But it just amazes me that billions of people all across the world have found a way to combat this pseudo social isolation. And we continue to march forward with our masks and our 6 feet distances. While I would still like to believe that the change that we have seen in our personal lives is largely temporary, I strongly believe that the way we work has altered irreversibly. So maybe in our personal lives, we may go back to what we were doing earlier, going on holidays and doing everything that we used to do. But the way we work has changed forever. The notion of a workplace, the methods of collaboration, and the way of doing business will never go back to what it was. And recruiting is no different. In the recent past, there have been some trends that have emerged that have changed the way that we recruit. And if we don't adapt to them, and frankly, I believe these are trends that if we don't adapt to them, we won't be able to win the war for talent. Some of these trends have emerged because of COVID, and some otherwise. In today's session, I want to talk about four things that we've closely observed over the last many months and have developed a strong hypothesis around. And I would love to share that knowledge with you. Note that some of these trends, merit a discussion on their own and could take hours. So I'll be touching upon all of them briefly and kind of sharing my thoughts. We also have, Q&A, time for Q&A within the session. So please feel free to post your questions on chat. I will not be taking questions while I'm going through the presentation, but we will have time towards the end, and that's when we can answer questions. So the first one is obvious. It's a no-brainer. Recruiting has irreversibly become remote first. And there are obviously, while there are challenges to implement a remote first recruiting process, there are obviously benefits that one can get from moving to a remote first recruiting process. For instance, instead of having to bring candidates from all over the country, if by moving the process online translates into massive savings in terms of cost savings in terms of the logistics. And second, of course, with everything virtual, there is also an opportunity to reduce the time to hire. Scheduling interviews becomes a lot better, a lot easier when one doesn't have to work around complex travel schedule. So obviously, just by the merit of moving to a remote first or a completely virtual recruiting process, we have both the opportunity to reduce the time to hire as well as the opportunity to reduce our costs. But those are just, I would say, those are just the tangible benefits. There are tons of intangible benefits that one can gain by moving to a remote first process, and that, in my opinion, are more valuable. But let's look at first what a remote hiring process looks like. Because we're going remote first, there is a significant opportunity for us to widen our sourcing funnel, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Of course, post the sourcing funnel, there is the step of a screening or implementing an accurate and objective screening process. And then, of course, there are the interviewing stages. So, this is not any different from what you would do in a traditional recruiting process. But as you can see, each of these components have been are getting changed because we are going remote first. So in terms of when it comes to sourcing, you want to source wide. When it comes to screening, you want to have an accurate screening process that reduces the volume of applicants at the interviewing stage. And when it comes to interviews, we actually have an opportunity to implement a more unbiased interviewing process. And let me, unpack that a little bit more. So let's talk about sourcing wide. I think it's a great time to answer some of these questions. Why do I need to source candidates from my city? If your organization is not or has not already declared that they're going to be working remotely even after the pandemic ends, I'm very confident that every organization around the world is at least open to working remotely partly. It's not necessarily the entire workforce works remotely, but I'm sure everyone, all of us, will be a lot more open to hiring remote workers. And even if we forget remote workers for a moment, even if we all believe, even if some of us believe that we are going to go back to our offices and everybody will be co-located, it still begets a question: why do I need to source candidates from the same city that I've done? Why do I need to visit the same set of schools? Can I actually look at more diverse talent by implementing a wider sourcing strategy? Let's look at university recruiting for a moment. Because today, because of COVID, we cannot physically visit the same set of schools like we have done year on year. It actually presents us an opportunity to break through the constraints that we have put on ourselves and say, instead of going to the same set of schools virtually, can I now actually cast a wider net? Can I look at universities that I have not looked at before? And of course, there are certain process challenges that come with it, but those, in my opinion, are all good problems to solve. With COVID, there is a significant increase in applicant volume for any role that is open today. And I think this as a trend in tech recruiting, traditionally tech recruiting has been, at least in markets like the Bay Area, on the East Coast, have been a supply constrained ecosystem. But I think if we all are open to working remotely, if we all become open to looking at unconventional sources of talent, we can actually balance out the equation. It doesn't have to be a demand driven ecosystem, but at least it can be a little bit more balanced than what it is today. And what that means is we are bound to see, not only during COVID, which we're already seeing, but even after this, we're bound to see an increase in the applicant volume for any given role. And that obviously poses a challenge for recruiting teams, because with a higher applicant volume, if you still want to maintain the same time to close, the same time to offer, and you want to maintain a quality benchmark, you need to have processes that help you objectively screen candidates. And that's where, if you've not already put in an objective screening process, we strongly recommend it's the right time to do it. It not only helps you manage a high volume of applicant, but it also ensures that your screening process right at the top is, as much as possible, bias free. And the last process, in any interviewing process, is interviewing. And while we all agree that remote hiring means that interviews need to happen online, and we'll all say that we all feel that conducting interviews over a video call is just not the same as doing it face to face. There's no human connect, there's no body language. Well, all of that is understandable. At the same time, just like every challenge presents an opportunity, I think even in interviewing, this pandemic presents us an opportunity to actually make the interview experience better from a candidate point of view, and definitely more applicable in case of tech recruiting, and not only a better experience but also make it more unbiased and objective. And why I say that is, if you look at the traditional interviewing process, which happens face to face, typically there is no record of what happened during the interview. There's no way for recruiting teams or even hiring managers to go back and introspect as to how did the interview go. Because we are conducting these interviews virtually, we now have an data. We now have data to go back to and see what are we doing wrong in our interviews. And not just that, the unconscious biases that exist, or are amplified when we see people, when we meet face to face, they actually reduce over a virtual video call, because it's not the same as you meeting a person face to face. So as I said, of course, conducting interviews over a video are hard, but at the same time, it also presents an opportunity for us. So what this means is, as we think about going virtual and going remote, recruiting teams all over the world have been restructuring the tools and processes as a response to this pandemic. But those who are redesigning their orgs for remote first hiring process, even when the pandemic ends, I believe they will have a long-term edge over the others. The second trend that I want to talk about is the move to a skill-based recruiting process. And let me step back a little bit. One of the biggest changes that have happened in the last few years is the democratization of computer science education. Universities no longer have the monopoly on creation of a skilled workforce, at least when it comes to software development as a career. As long as one has a laptop and an internet connection, they can learn to code irrespective of what's the background and what part of the world they are in. And what that means is What all of this means, that the fact that universities do not today have a monopoly on generating a skilled workforce, that the traditional university education system is changing, it means that the method of recruiting, which has mostly so far depended on pedigree as a signal of competency, is no more applicable. It doesn't really matter what school you've gone to or where you've worked, as long as one can demonstrate their skill sets and they can show that they are a fit for the job. That's what all it matters. The world, in my opinion, has already moved to a skills first economy, and I have some data points for you to share with you. And the organizations which will have to follow suit sooner rather than later. So let's look at some data. COVID-19 has already flipped the traditional university education system on its head. Point in case being, millions of students are completing their coursework remotely through online curriculums. And the fact is that for all major universities, these curriculums were already available online, not just for that university, but elsewhere as well. So what that means is, if there is a student who's graduating from MIT today, studying online, there is another student who has gone through the same MIT course, just not at MIT. So if the content and the content delivery method is the same for a person graduating from an MIT and a person going through the same course structure, same delivery method outside of MIT, you tell me, how much of a difference would you have between the two of them? I think that's a question that we all need to think about deeper. The modern MOOC movement has today reached 110 million learners in just 8 years. MOOCs became a reality sometime around 2011, and since then we've already churned out 110 million learners. What that means is there are potentially 110 million more working professionals who don't need who don't come from traditional backgrounds or have gone through conventional education, but they are very much employable. And lastly, and this is from a developer survey by Stack Overflow, only one third of the developers who took this survey felt that formal education is very important in today's time. So it's not just the people who are graduating, but people who have also gone through formal education. They too feel that the value of going through a university education system in the traditional sense is limited. So that means, what that means is, for all of us, our recruiting processes need to change. If we truly want to embrace this move to skills first recruiting process, then we have the opportunity to make our hiring process a lot more objective and bias free. We have the opportunity to source from a much wider pool. We have an opportunity to really hire people for their capabilities, and I think we all struggle with the roles that we find hard to fill. I think if we take a skill based approach, if we are willing to widen our sourcing funnel, if we are willing to focus on just the competencies that are needed for the job and not look at the traditional signals that today, in today's world, are irrelevant, I think we would have solved part of the problems that we've created for ourselves. And what this really means is that right from sourcing till the final interview, the recruiting process has to be focused on assessing skills, and everything else should carry very little weight or significance. So, like I said, this presents an opportunity for us to make the process a lot more objective and bias free. The third one, and this one is particularly close to my heart, and I think we have a session about this later in the day today as well. It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. In my opinion, DEI is not just a social imperative, but a business imperative. What that means is we don't have to focus on diversity and inclusion because it's a social topic. We have to focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion because it's a business need. There are countless studies and statistics out there that show that diverse teams outperform non-diverse teams. But I don't think that we really needed outside data to tell us that. Any of us who've worked in diverse teams have at our own workplaces experienced that. When people from different walks of life with different perspectives come into a discussion, they bring those different viewpoints. And in order to arrive at the right solution, you don't need one great idea or two great ideas. You actually need 30 or 40, 50 different good, bad, great, poor ideas. And from that, you come out with, one or two great things. So what I'm trying to say is you cannot engineer the process of coming at the right solution by just picking one or two people who you think are the best, most suited for the job, because then they will have a tunnel vision. They will only think one way. And today's world is so much more dynamic. If we as organizations are building solutions that cater to people with thousands of ethnicities, with thousands of languages, then why should the people building these solutions come from just a handful of ethnicities and speaking a handful of languages? It just doesn't make sense. And DEI has been a topic that's been talked about for many years, but despite all the rhetoric, the numbers still paint a sorry picture. It's high time. So let's look at some of the numbers. Just less than 8% of core IT workers in the US are of African American origin. Only one out of four jobs in the IT industry, are held by a woman. And what's even more surprising is only one third of women older than 35 still hold junior positions. And lastly, candidates coming from Ivy schools are twice as likely to get through the recruiting process, irrespective of skills. So we've been speaking about DEI for years now, but numbers haven't changed. It is super important, it is super critical that we take a scientific approach to this challenge and commit to creating a grassroots level change and not just focus on the optics. So I think the biggest problem has been that leaders all across the globe who've been talking about diversity and inclusion have mostly looked at optics. Can I do something that I can take to the media and say that I'm also doing something about it? But that is just not enough. And in my opinion, the way to tackle DNI is not by just focusing on sourcing. It's a very easy cop out by saying diversity and inclusion is a pipeline problem. There's only so much that we can do. Yesterday, I was reading an article, I think, on Forbes, and there is the CEO of one of the largest banks in this country who said that they do not have enough diverse employees because it's a pipeline problem. But there can be nothing further from the truth. It's not just a pipeline problem, but it is about objectively assessing the recruitment process for all kinds of unconscious biases that exist in the system. We have biases in us so deeply rooted that even the most educated, the most liberal people will be surprised to see those biases actually manifest in their real life. It's not that they're consciously doing it. When you tell them and when they see that and when they're shocked, they actually, cannot believe that they were thinking about it like this. But that's the problem. It is an unconscious bias. It's not something that a lot of us do consciously. It's just the way we have grown up. It's just the way we have seen things in our society. So to change something, we first have to, like they say, what doesn't get measured doesn't improve. So if we really want to change something here in terms of diversity and inclusion, we first need to measure it. We need to take a metrics based approach to measure inclusivity and diversity in all steps. And I'm just talking from a recruiting perspective right now, right from sourcing to screening and finally to interviews. And that's why I feel, COVID-19, I'm actually a lot more positive about the whole pandemic purely from a recruiting process, not commenting on the massive loss of life that has happened. But if we just look from a recruiting lens, I think we are going to come out smarter. We are going to come out better after this pandemic, because what the move to a virtual recruiting process does is it allows you to measure things at all stages. Traditionally, interviews have been the biggest choke point for unconscious bias. You could create a wider sourcing funnel, so you try and tackle the pipeline problem, whatever there is. One can even put in checks and balances when it comes to your screening. Say, for instance, there is a concept of blind resume screening where you don't really look into the PII and just make decisions based on the skills that people have, while in complete transparency, if there is a human doing it, there is still some level of bias that's going to creep in. But the biggest problem comes at the interviewing stage, and that's when our unconscious biases get magnified and get manifested. But with COVID, all interviews are remote. And that presents us an opportunity to not only measure the interview quality and analyze it for any kind of biases, but also to reduce unconscious bias. So if you are, in the recruiting team, talent acquisition team, thinking about diversity and inclusion, I think the first thing that you need to do is to see how you can extract data out of your recruiting or interviewing process and use that data to measure metrics like what's the pass through rate for diverse candidates. For example, uh, is there a pattern between diverse candidates being rejected versus non-diverse candidates being rejected? And there are tons of metrics like that that one could talk about. Like I said, that would require a discussion on its own. But like I said, it's an opportunity for us to actually measure it and reduce that unconscious bias. Only by restructuring our processes in light of DNI, we can aim to make a real difference. So it's been and that's more from a metrics and the process perspective. There's obviously the problem of of pipeline. While I don't agree pipeline is the only problem when it comes to diversity and inclusion, but yes, pipeline is some sort of a problem. And it's not a problem because there are not enough candidates out there who come from diverse backgrounds. It's a problem because we do not source wide enough. We do not go to sources that potentially could give us more diverse candidates. So the second most important aspect when it comes to tackling DEI is to source from a diverse candidate funnel. And with this whole move to remote working and remote hiring, we truly have that opportunity to widen our funnel. I think we've spoken about it long enough as a problem. It's time we made some real progress. And with that, I'm coming to the last part of my presentation today. As a recruiting team, for you, it's not just about hiring the right person, but it's also important to create a journey for your employees from hiring right to their employment as they grow within their career at your organization. With the whole move, with the rapid digital transformation, digital skills are evolving at a very fast pace. Technologies that were in fashion 3 years ago are probably not fun anymore, and people have moved on to new tech. So what that means is, from a tech workforce perspective, you need to continuously upgrade, reskill, upskill your workforce. And while a lot of us have these learning platforms and contents and courses that we have put into place, I think there is a need to build a better self-guided learning path that not only offers suitable content to the employees, but also helps them to understand how they're really progressing. If I feel I need to improve my skills on, say Python, I'm just taking an example, can I first benchmark myself and see where do I stand today, and then jump into the learning journey? And as I'm learning, going through that journey, are there checkpoints where I can check in and see how my progress is? So I think it's time that we move to a self-paced learning journey that gives feedback to employees in real time, and of course, that data is also useful for employers. So with that, I come to the end of our discussion today. Just to quickly recap, some of the trends that have become imperative today are recruiting has irreversibly become remote first, so we need to adapt our processes to it. We must move to a skill-based recruiting process, otherwise we will not be able to tap into the best talent which is available out there. DEI is not just a social imperative, but a business imperative. And it really requires us to take a scientific approach, to look at metrics, to evaluate our processes, and then bring in a real change. And finally, it's not just about hiring the right people, it's ensuring that they continue to grow once they're in the organization. With that, I come to the end of our discussion today. We have something exciting lined up for you towards the end of the event today. We have a big announcement coming up, so please stay tuned. And I enjoyed this discussion, this presentation. With that, we'll now open up to questions. And folks, even if you don't have questions right now, These questions can be put to us at any point in time. We'll be monitoring these questions, and we can answer it. And also, I see that we've ended from the scheduled time a few minutes sooner. So that gives you an opportunity to go into the networking lounge, go to the tables, and network with other people. So there's a question that has come in: will AI take over the role of recruitment? I think AI is an enabler, and it cannot replace or it cannot substitute for humans. Recruiting, in my opinion, the most important aspect of recruiting is the human interaction. It's when you talk to a person, you try and understand what this new role means to them. You try and understand what are their aspirations, where do they want to work, and I don't think those things can be done through AI. AI can supplement or replace our manual work. It can help us to screen faster through resumes. It can help us to conduct better interviews. It can help us to source better, but it can never remove the human out of the recruiting process. So there's a question which says, what type of AI is the most successful for in the landscape of recruiting? Um, I wouldn't put a finger on any specific AI component. I think technology has to cut across the three major processes, steps of recruiting process: sourcing, screening, and interviewing. In sourcing, there's only one objective of technology: can I tap into talent pools that were earlier unavailable or not visible to me? When it comes to screening, it's all about removing the bias out of the process and ensuring that no matter how wide is the top of your funnel, you still are making sure that you get through the most relevant candidates through your screening process. Because of course, if today you're sourcing 100 people, tomorrow you start sourcing 500 people for the job, and you want to still maintain the same time to close and same time to hire, there's something has to change in the recruiting process. Otherwise, it will not happen. So that's where technology comes into perspective from a screening process. And finally, I think when it comes to interviewing, and that's where we haven't really done a lot when it comes to AI and technology. I do believe there is an opportunity for software to make the entire interview experience better, to make the entire interview experience more objective. The fact is, a lot of us humans are poor at interviewing. It doesn't come naturally to us. We take interviews instinctively, whereas you need to take interviews consciously, based on skills, based on the right principles, and that's where there is a future that I believe is possible, where technology guides us in taking the right kind of interviews. Of course, we would still be doing those interviews, but it is guided by technology in such a manner that our interviews are more objective and more relevant. So I think those are some of the areas where technology and AI would cut into. So this is a question: how to take any recommendation on how to get passive candidates to take the time to do a skill assessment? It's a valid question. We've kind of discussed, thought about this with our customers over the years, because that's what we do. I think it's all about how you position it to your candidates. If the candidate is going to see this assessment as another step in the already long interview process, then of course they are going to be discouraged. They don't want. They're already spending probably 7 to 8 hours or even more in certain instances to go through the interview. And now we are asking them to add another step, which is taking an hour or two long hour assessment. And the worst part is there is absolutely no they do not know what will happen if they invest these 1 or 2 hours in doing that assessment, right? That's where the problem is. But if you make that entire process more personal, if you spend that time in your initial recruiter phone screen explaining to the candidate why do you have an assessment process, and more importantly, if they go through an assessment process, it is most likely going to reduce the time that they would have to spend on interviewing, and that's what we recommend to all our customers. If you are using an assessment and not reducing at least 1 hour of interview, then you're not doing justice to the tool that you're putting in place, and you're not doing justice to your talent pool. So an assessment gives you a very strong signal of one's competency. I would even go to the extent to say, why not shorten the interview cycle by at least 2 interviews? So now that's one plus for the candidate because they have to go through lesser interviews. The second thing is you have to also explain it to them that if they're doing an interview, they are talking to a person, and like we said, at the end of the day, there's always some kind of bias that creeps in. But when they're doing an interview, they are doing it at their own convenience, at their own homes, and they are doing it in an environment that they're most comfortable with. So, for example, on HackerEarth, we provide them an ID experience that they're already used to when doing it on their own systems. Now, compare that with doing writing code on a whiteboard or trying to explain code in a conversation. Extremely difficult, right? But contrast that with writing code on an IDE. That's what they do every day. So it's not just about reducing the time to hire, but it's also providing them a better interview experience or a better recruiting experience. And lastly, and we have some data and studies to back this up. We actually we did an adverse impact study for our assessments, and we saw that diverse candidates felt that an objective assessment process like this was biased, positively biased towards them, because it kind of make that process objective, and at least right at the top there is no human bias coming into the process. So if you kind of position all of these things the right way to your candidates, I don't see any reason why they would not take up an assessment. So there's another question which says, do you think behavioral interviews and critical incident interviews will always be required? I don't think there's any assessment for any role that's always required. It really depends on the role and the job to be done. If your job to be done, or the position that they're going to come into requires the person to go through an extensive behavioral assessment, then you would do that. For example, in all leadership roles, you want to make sure that the person coming in as a leader has the right traits that your organization needs. And I think some sort of assessment there in terms of behavioral is very important. Uh, Roles which require a lot of cross-team collaboration, roles which are customer-facing roles. So you really need to pick and choose what roles you are hiring for, and then put in those required assessments. What are your views on having multiple layers of interviews at leadership level, as it makes most of the candidates uncomfortable at that level? Can we use better and structured process? I think, and we do that a lot. Obviously, the number of interviews actually increase as you go higher up, because the positions are high value. A wrong decision at that level can be costly, and one needs to make sure that they make the right decision. I think it's again comes down to how you position it. Uh, it's not just at senior positions. It's not just that you are trying to understand the person, but even the other person is trying to understand what kind of organization this is. Because at senior positions, you're not changing your role that often. You're probably going to spend the next 4 or 5 years building out a career in that position, and you want to make sure it's the right career move for you. And hence, it's important that people that you kind of position it that way. If it is positioned as an interview where you don't really care about the candidate, and you're not selling them in that interview process, then of course they're not going to be comfortable. But if the interview is positioned as a conversation that you are doing not just to understand how good that candidate is, But for that candidate to also understand what it means to work at your organization, I think then senior folks will be much more comfortable going through extensive interviewing. Okay, so it looks like we've come to the end of the questions. So with about 5-10 more minutes. Okay, there's one more which is, what are the best mode of assessment when it comes to lateral hiring in today's time? So not very clear what that question means, but I'll still try to answer it based on my understanding. So there are two ways to look at assessments. One is assessments are used as a way to screen out candidates who are probably not aligned or fit to that role. And then there are assessments which are used as selection criteria based on which you would possibly make a hiring decision. So your assessments which are used for screening out have to be shorter, uh, and they have to be done much more earlier in the recruitment process. It cannot be done at a late stage because, like I said, you're using it to screen out candidates. It also has to be designed such that you're conscious of a person's time. So any assessment which is like 2 hours, 3 hours long at that stage doesn't make sense. Uh, an ideal duration would be between 45 to 60 minutes maximum. When it comes to assessments being used as a selection criteria, what that means is you will hire a person based on the score or based on the performance on the test. That's where you could dive into much deeper assessments. But then you should also be conscious that if you're expecting the candidate to probably spend 6-8 hours going through an assessment, then they should really be further along in that interview process. You cannot use in-depth assessments as a screening criteria because that's just unfair for the candidate. In terms of modes, obviously today everything has to be virtual. Keep in mind the candidate experience. Be conscious of the person's time. Communicate effectively. The worst thing in recruiting is to put a candidate into a black hole where they've applied, they don't know when they're going to get a result. They've taken a test, but they don't know when they're going to hear back from you, and that's when people start getting frustrated. How are we going to avoid proxy candidates during remote interview process? So in terms of assessments, there are obviously tons of proctoring tools that are built into into our platform at least. We could even take snapshots and then match them for any kind of suspicious activity. And in our experience, that has actually reduced cheating or misrepresentation to like zero point 0.0, 0.05, 0.01% kind of rates. And there's like there'll always be some way humans will find out a way to figure to game a system, but in our opinion that's good enough. That eliminates most of the misrepresentation cases. In terms of interviews, if you're doing a live interview face to face, I think you'll figure it out. It's not that hard. I mean, like it's hard to pull off a 45-minute conversation where you're not speaking or someone else is prompting responses to your into your ears. Looking at tenure, if a candidate only stays for about 2 to 5 years at the organization, do we continue recruiting for culture fit or just technical fit? I actually I actually want to answer that question in another way. I don't think there should be any round which is around culture fit, because if you're trying to fit the person into your culture, then you're essentially saying no to, in some sense, diverse candidates. You are saying that this person, has to be like us, otherwise we're not going to hire that person. I think if there has to be any culture rounds, those rounds have to be around culture add. Can this person come into the organization and add to our culture rather than can they fit to our culture? So I'm not sure if that was the intent of the question. Definitely do technical fit interviews, but don't try to fit people into the culture that you already have. Otherwise, you will never get people who can actually make your culture better.
Okay, well, here we are, guys. Thanks everybody for joining us for the first panel meeting, which is kicking racial stereotyping and bias out of the tech recruiting process. We're joined today by Damina McQuaid, Kim Hout, Noel Burgess, and myself, Ellis Norman, the Director of Enterprise Sales for HackerEarth. So happy to have everybody here. Figured we're going to start with a round of quick introductions, and then we'll get going with some questions. So, Damina, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I'm Damina McQuaid. I'm a recruiting manager at Microsoft for Azure.
Awesome. And who wants to go next?
I'll go next. So Noel Burgess, I'm a talent partner for C+ AI organization working out of the San Francisco Bay Area.
And I'm Kim Hott, and I am a senior manager of global talent acquisition at CSG, based just outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. And again, as I said, I'm Ellis Norman. I'm the head of enterprise sales here for HackerEarth. I'm based out of Austin, Texas. So yeah, excited to have everybody here for a super important topic and something that's very near and dear to, I think, all of our hearts. So to kick it off, we're going to have a kind of group question, and we can just go down the line. Damina, we'll start with you. So in your mind, how important is diversity to you personally, and what value does it bring to the recruiting process?
Good question. Let me tackle the personal one first, then I'll talk about why it's important for companies. Diversity is really close to my heart because I was raised primarily by my dad, who's disabled. He has cerebral palsy, for those who know what that is. And so I grew up seeing someone that I love and respect, and watching people, judge him and treat him differently because he walks differently. And so for me, when I see inequities, it's just a big time trigger for me. And right now it's all over the news. I mean, you're seeing people like Breonna Taylor, George Floyd get murdered because of the color of their skin. And I hear stories from friends about, how terrified they are to get pulled over, or how terrified they are to get pulled over with their kid in the car, or how they get followed around a store because of the color of their skin. Or, one of my friends, he almost got arrested by grabbing something out of his car at night, and he had his key, and I can't keep hearing those stories. And as a friend, I can't say nothing or do nothing, is why I care about it personally. Professionally, and why companies should prioritize it is obviously it's the morally right thing to do, but if that's not enough for you, I think it also makes business sense. Companies, they're building products and services for everyone, or they should be. And if you want your products and services to appeal to every segment of the population, you need diverse teams building those products and services. If you have diversity on your teams, you'll have new and different ideas. Everyone has different, experiences and backgrounds. So if you have new ideas coming to the table, you'll have an innovative company. So that's.
You're on mute, Ellis.
That's a phrase of 2020, I think. It's going to be your on, right? So Noel, let's pick on you next. So
all right.
What do you think is so important about diversity, both personally and professionally?
As a diverse individual that's almost 40 years old, my whole life has, really been as an underrepresented, individual on looking for equal opportunity, looking to feel, belonged in society, and just really looking to, build a community of individuals that, are at least open to the idea of equality and being comfortable around individuals that look like me and have diverse backgrounds. So for me, it's personal. It hits home. With Breonna Taylor, with George, Floyd, that could easily be me. I could have been that individual in my house that unfortunately, passed away like Breonna Taylor. I could have been that individual, George Floyd, where someone, leaned down on my neck because of the way I look, primarily, if not solely based on the way I look. So it's a very important part of my life. It's personal, obviously, but then the transition to the business part of it, it just, as Damina alluded to, it makes a lot of sense. The moral argument, I think, is a little bit clearer, but the business argument is not. So I'll just say this. More diverse teams, there's so many studies that show they're higher performing. They come up with better, innovative products. And from a business standpoint, like Benina said, when you have products that are being sold to not just one demographic, to all, unfortunately, those product teams, those engineering teams, the leadership teams don't reflect society. And I think that's why there's so many products, even in the last year, where it comes out and you're like, oops, it offends one demographic group, if not more. And you kind of delve into a little bit more and you look at the product team and you're like, interesting. It's very homogeneous. And then it's kind of like, well, this is why that happened. So there's just things to think about. And I look forward to talking about it more.
Awesome. And Kim, that leaves you. What do you personally think is so important about diversity, and also professionally, what's important?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with all of the comments so far. Personally, I love to collaborate with folks all over the globe. And I think that this really needs a critical focus, especially right now, as we're kind of teetering on, how can we push innovation forward? You need diversity of thought on your teams to push innovation forward. You need those different perspectives. You need to bring them on board. I think a lot of companies have been stuck in this mindset of culture, culture, culture. Well, culture is hiring sometimes just like-minded individuals, and that's not going to promote that innovation. And so I think it's a critical piece of the discussion for companies to really innovate and drive forward.
Awesome. It does certainly seem like culture's become a buzzword nowadays, hasn't it? So, okay, awesome. And Benina, we're going to start with you for one of the more longer form questions. So we've got a lot of recruiters in attendance, I would expect at this point. So what are some tips that recruiters and hiring managers should follow in order to reduce the bias in the recruiting process, particularly in tech?
So many. I'll start with a couple though. First, post all roles externally and internally. If you don't post your roles externally and you just slot someone from your internal team, that's obviously bias, and you don't even have a shot to bring a new diverse candidate to the table or some new ideas and opinions. So first, post everything internal and external. Second, I think it's the recruiter responsibility to bring a diverse slate to every single role. So do that. What else? I also think that it's a recruiter responsibility to speak up in those pivotal moments. Sometimes I think recruiters forget how much power they truly hold in this process. So when there's situations, and any recruiter on this call knows those situations, when a team is right on the verge of a hire or no hire, or right on the verge of leveling someone senior. And you have those moments to speak up and be brave and influence. So do that. I think that's my initial take on how to.
Got it. So remember, each and every single one of you guys has power, and you got to go to bat for that candidate, and ultimately for the leadership too. They need to know when there's a better way to possibly do things, right?
Yeah, and a good recruiter being able to influence, is across the board. That's really what separates a good recruiter from a great recruiter and beyond.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to add one more thing too. I think, it's overwhelming when you see the news and you don't know what you can do to help. As a recruiter, one way to create equity, a really good way, is to hire more Black people, particularly in leadership roles. That's a great way to.
Awesome. Got it. Guys, does anybody want to add anything to any thoughts as we move along? I think it's important we keep this kind of conversational as we go. So if anybody wants to add or expand, please feel free. Awesome. So Noelle, we're gonna ask you the next one. So what do you think, what metrics do you think should be kept in mind when you're creating a hiring plan and strategy? And what KPIs can we not only implement, but track in order to make sure that that's successful?
Good question. A couple ways to look at this. So, diversity is representation. Inclusion is something different, right? Like diversity is very much looking at, numbers. Inclusion is the sense of belonging, how the individual feels, equal opportunity. So usually, you parse that down to, gender, education, nationality, culture. That's kind of the way like I look at it, and that's my mindset when I'm looking at my funnel, or I'm looking at the strategy for the organization I'm supporting. The key metrics I look at, and I just want to be clear, the way I frame it is you identify the monitored group you want to look at, whether it's Black, African American, Hispanic, Latino, disabled, First Nation. You identify that quote unquote monitored group, and then the control group is either the dominant group in the company, the labor market, or in society. Now that tends to be in the US, white males, but depending on the company, it could change depending on the demographic makeup. So the 6 or 7 key metrics I look at are representation, retention, recruitment, selection, promotion, development, pay, and engagement. And I know I said those fast. I'm going to jump into a couple of them, but those are the things I look at. Representation is always the percentage of the monitor group versus the control group. So for example, if your current representation of female, white females in the company is at 35%, you want to make sure that you're hiring at a rate higher than that currently in your funnel, if that makes sense. So currently we're at Microsoft is in, H1, we just started our fiscal year, and let's say X group is hiring 17% above current representation. That's one way you can look at it. Another is selection and promotion. Who from your funnel, those individuals that are going into the funnel, your applicant pool, who's end up getting hired? Is it someone that looks like me? Is it someone that looks like Ellis? Is it someone that looks like Kimberly? Yeah, that's you, if you didn't know. So those are some of the ways I look at it. But that's only really the beginning. Another big piece of it, and this is personal for me, is over the last 30 or 40 years, when you look back to, my parents' generation, our first or second step was really just getting a college education, if that was possible, and getting hired. You really didn't look at being a director or a VP, and you really didn't look at being a CEO. So when you fast forward, 40, 50 years, and we are, where we are now, just getting hired is not good enough anymore for diverse individuals. I can speak specifically to African Americans. We want to see more representation when it comes to leadership positions, because that's where the influence of power and opportunity, really is, especially to, blaze those pathways for other individuals on the up and coming. So again, it's very great from a metric perspective to hire a lot of female individuals, a lot of African Americans, a lot of Hispanics. But then when you start to really dig down the data and you start asking yourself, Fortune 500 companies, how many female CEOs are there? 1 or 2 right now, maybe 3. How many Latinx? Even less. How many African Americans? Even less. And I think that's the next step. So when you look at promotion, when you look at selection, when you look at those individuals getting hired, please dig down deeper in that data, because I think a lot of companies look at it from a macro perspective as well. We hired, 35 African Americans, but it's like, well, what position did you hire them in? Did you hire them in administrative? Did you hire them in janitorial? Did you hire them in tech positions? And then within tech positions, are you hire them within leadership positions? Because the numbers, sometimes people say numbers don't lie. That may or may not be true, but the way you interpret them definitely can color it one way or another. So I strongly urge looking at the data and developing key insights from it, just not taking the numbers to what they are, and then making an actual plan around them.
Great advice. Awesome advice. Anything to add to guys, Damina or Kim, that the idea that just getting hired is not enough? That's that's the key right there, right?
I could not agree more with that response. I think sometimes people look at this as a talent acquisition problem only. Like, we're the ones who are going to solve it across the board, but it's employer brand. It's the information you're putting out there. It's the opportunities within the organization. There's so many other pieces collaboratively that need to come together to do the right thing. And I could not agree more with that response.
Awesome. Well, Kim, keeping on the kind of thread, how do you help hiring managers see the importance of actually removing unconscious bias in the hiring process? And is there anything else that you'd like to add to that in regards to not only bias, but anything else?
Yeah, I mean, so there's a few different ways to look at this. I mean, TA professionals and all these different companies are building out different, blind techniques and AI technologies that we can cut down resumes or focus on skills only to reduce bias, which is fantastic, but we need to focus on addressing where those biases are with hiring managers and interview staff and the company culture and everything else. Because if you don't address that and you implement all of these tools, all you're going to do is hardwire those bias into those tools and into those processes. And so it's training, it's education, it's understanding, it's providing transparent feedback to hiring managers. I mean, sit in on interviews, listen to what's going on. I mean, there's ways that you can look at pre-assessment tools or whatever it may be, but you really have to understand what's going on within your organization and your interview processes and what's actually happening to be able to address it. And so I think with hiring managers, it's calling them out. It's really identifying what's going on. I mean, you could plug and play any tool or any change in your process, but if you don't address those biases, they exist, you're like I said, you're just going to hardwire it right back into your process in a new fashion.
Hard to put a Band-Aid on a mortal wound, right?
Yes.
No, and I would agree. Just add to that, it's like the old adage, wisdom before weapons. It's really, if you don't have the right philosophy and mindset, those blind type of AI things are just a tool. So like Kimberly said, if it's already inherent in your culture and you don't address those first, all you're going to do is really weaponize that even more when you take some of the human element out of it with, a tool like AI and some of these blind things. They just really won't help solve your problem. And then also with retention, you get the individuals in, like what are the programs you have to keep those individuals there as well. So again, they're great ideas, don't get me wrong. I think technology and a lot of different, atmospheres or environments can help, but it's what's behind the technology, who's programming it and who's looking at it on a day-by-day basis.
Yep, could not agree more. And Damina, a question for you. What are some initiatives that you've taken to come out as a diverse brand to potential candidates? What do you think?
Yeah, good question. When it comes to branding, I mean, I think that it's more important to actually have the action. Like when people show up on site, do they see people that look like them? When they have an interview loop, does that loop look like them? If it's a woman, is there another woman on the loop? If it's a minority, is there another minority on the loop? And I think that the action that I personally have taken, and I know Microsoft as a whole has taken, is really focusing on the people managers. That band is so important because they can help remove bias, not only in the interview process, but in the company. It helps with retaining diverse workforce because you need to see that, leaders above you look like you so that you subconsciously know that it's possible. And I also feel like when you have leaders and people managers that are diverse, it works like a talent magnet for other diverse talent because their referrals are, going to have a good share be diverse as well. So I think rather than focusing on branding, like it's cool to have pictures that look inclusive and stuff, but like you need to actually like walk the talk, in my opinion.
Just getting hired is not enough, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I completely agree. I mean, was kind of what I was thinking too, with CSG. I mean, we defined our commitment, and integrity is one of our values in doing the right thing, but it's living those values and taking action on them and seeing what we can do to continue to enhance this. And it ties into so many different areas. I know personally, CSG, we're hiring a chief diversity officer and looking for someone that can come in, further collaborate and drive these initiatives forward and pull some, resource groups together to focus on that. We've, done some things from a recruiting perspective in terms of, looking at job descriptions and not unnecessarily limiting candidate pools, looking at that data, those metrics, addressing where those gaps are and driving it forward. But yeah, it's not so much about just kind of showcasing a brand, but just doing the right thing authentically.
Noel, anything to add to that?
I would just say, and this is me personally, I always take a look around, not what necessarily individuals are showing me, it's what I can see for myself. So, and again, I don't want this to come off the wrong way. It's great when you're interviewing and, they find someone of a similar demographic or several individuals to interview. Like, I think that's great. But I know for me, one of the things I do is I try to talk to individuals that are not presented to me. So I can honestly say, like, when I interviewed, at Microsoft and, last year, I remember when my loop was over and, I walked up to individuals that had no part of the recruiting organization. So there was some janitorial staff and I remember talking to them and I was like, well, how are you really treated? That was one of the questions I was like, how do you feel, like being here? I think those are the things that, matter to me. Taking a look around and see if I can find information on what leaders were in charge. Were there more female leaders like Damina in charge, like that had some authority? Were there, more people of color? I think candidates really starting to pay attention to that, whether it's, on site, even on LinkedIn, where, you start just typing in keyword searches and see who you can find who's actually in charge. Those are the things that are important. And again, I totally get it. It's always putting your best foot forward. And I appreciate the gesture of making sure that my panel is not, in my case, all full of white males. I think that's good. But I also want to take a look around and see for myself, behind the scenes, what's really going on.
Absolutely. And kind of changing gears for a second, when it comes to resolving some of those, let's say, structural issues in the existing hiring plan, what do you think, or what advice would you have for recruiters or hiring managers to get that upper management buy-in to actually make systemic changes?
So some of it's been touched on already, about, you have, I think Damina said you have more authority and more power than you think you do. That can, vary depending on the organization, obviously your disposition. It's really, in my world, I work with mostly engineers. So as much as I love an impassioned argument, it's only going to get you so far. It comes down to the data, right? And showing the data on how this is actually beneficial, not just from a moral perspective, but also from a business perspective. And it really needs to come from the top down. The business leader on top of the recruiting leader really need to be on the same page and drive this through their chain of command. Also, as recruiters, we're the gatekeepers. So I'll be very transparent when it comes to the way I work through things. I don't let hiring managers move forward with a referral or a candidate that is not diverse when they start off that way. So let me dig into that a little bit deeper. I think we're all recruiters on this phone. Sometimes, a manager or leader will have someone in mind. Unfortunately, sometimes they're not diverse, and they'll open up a position and say like, "Hey, I have Kimberly in mind. Let's just move forward to an onsite." And one of the things I'll say to them, as a reply is like, "I think that's great. Referrals are great. That's someone that you have some type of connection with, but we should also look at candidates that are outside of the norm of what you currently have, and then present them with data of their current makeup of their organization. What if they have 10 engineers, reporting to them and 9 of them are white males? This is the time to really start pushing diversity that way." So overall, I would say come with data, obviously come with your heart. I think an impassioned argument is also good because we're all people. Leaders are people, VPs are people, CEOs are people, and come to them with that as well. But I really feel that it's our job to be those gatekeepers and manage up to our leaders on this is the right thing to do morally and from a business sense.
And I'll kind of unpack or ask you to double click on it a little bit more, but who would you, in terms of advice for who they might speak to, let's say that they have the recruiter in question has a manager that might be resistant to change, what type of advice would you give to that person to actually get to where they need to be and make sure that it's actually heard by leadership?
So I would say for the direct individual you're working with, give them the opportunity. I try to give the opportunity to do the right thing. I always do that in my personal life and professional. Come to them with the data and my opinion. Obviously, we can't force them to hire a candidate they don't want to hire, but it's really that consistent message, to that leader. If you find that you're having difficulty with them, I think that's when you use the tools available to you to escalate, whether it's to your direct manager or to theirs, and get them involved in the process. It's been my observation that it's usually both ends of the spectrum that get it. It's the first line individual like myself, and then like the CEO or the director. Usually it's like playing telephone as a kid. The message when you're going around sometimes gets lost. So I think it's really just making sure that everyone's on the same page, pushing back where you can, and trying to show those small wins that, like, hey, you hired someone like Damina and this is outside of your norm, but like, look how great she's performing. Let's get 2 or 3 more individuals that look like her, or look like Kimberly, or look like me into the mix. It really is helping the diversity of your organization, is driving the innovation, and it's moving us forward.
Got it. So bring your data, be prepared to communicate, and stand your ground. Go to bat.
Definitely stand your ground.
Yeah, beautifully said, Noel. Just a couple more things to add on. It's really easy for an experienced recruiter like Noel or Kimberly, when you've heard these same objections over and over again, you know exactly the rebuttal in your head to use. For newer recruiters, think about it ahead of time. So then when they come up, you have a rebuttal ready. Like, even write it down if you need to, is one thing. The second thing, I think it's so important, as I move into a manager role, to provide that air cover that recruiters feel like they can have those conversations and there's not going to be, any risk or bad repercussions. So I think for the recruiting leaders, like managers, directors, whoever on the call, give your team that air cover and make sure that they know that you have their back. There's been a lot of times where I second voiced calls to difficult hiring managers and backed up word for word everything that the recruiter has to say. And so I just think it's super important to have your recruiter.
Awesome. So let's change it up a little bit, guys. So Kim, this one's for you. In this remote first work environment that we're all currently a part of, how can work culture first be defined? And second, how can inclusiveness actually be promoted when everybody is remote?
So I get hung up sometimes on the word culture because I think it's misused and overused. So I have a different perspective because I worked remotely now for about 4.5 years. So this was my norm before it became everyone else in my company's norm. And so I think that with the change, I've noticed that everyone's been trying to connect in new ways, that a lot of opportunities we had to build relationships maybe specific to an office now have become virtual. And the fact that they're virtual, so many more people can participate. And I think it was a huge eye-opener that we have all this technology to be virtual. Why are we not taking advantage of it? I mean, look at us sitting right here today in so many different locations, talking to so many people in other locations, and it feels like we're all together. And so using technology and finding ways that, okay, well, we used to do this in the office. Why can't we adapt it to, a women's leadership conference? Or if we're focusing on a STEM program, we just finished up our internship program for this summer, which was completely virtual. And it was so cool. Like, we got to play Pictionary and have happy hours, but we also got to have business meetings and see each other face to face. And so I think it's all about that connection. And I think that the fact that so many companies are global and that we moved into this remote work environment across the board, I think when it comes to inclusiveness, we've we really have an important opportunity right now to take advantage of it and run this forward, because someday we likely are all going to be back in offices or have the opportunity to be in office locations. But I think I think it's made an important change to the mindset of how a global culture within a company really operates, and what advantages and opportunities we can take going forward.
I think that's actually a great thing to unpack a little bit. The idea that this is the only opportunity that we've seen in our lifetime for sure to be able to actually move the needle on both DEI and removing bias. So no, this one's not on the sheet, but guys, does anybody want to pick it up and run with it in terms of how important this opportunity is and just how we can actually leverage this technology to get this needle moved?
I mean, I can, first of all, Kimberly, I want to play Pictionary. So if we could set that up online, Kimberly, that would be great. Let's start with that.
Our next event is Pictionary and
done. All right, done. But on a serious note, I mean, I try to find the silver lining in this whole, like, where we are in 2020. And I've been talking about it a lot recently, you know, with friends and colleagues, where I think this is going to be the best thing for diversity, because, you know, we all live in this country, or I assume most of us live in this country that are online. And we understand that there's certain demographics, individuals that live in pockets of the country, that major corporations. I mean, when you look at tech companies, they're really coastal, right? They're either on the West Coast in Seattle and California, they're on the East Coast in, you know, New York, in the Boston area. And when we look at, you know, spreading out our diversity, not just by gender and race, but I always think that geographic diversity is something that's always overlooked by far. And now we can have remote employees where they don't feel like they have to leave their home, their family. We're going to come to you where you are now. And, you know, it's always this fascinating thing. And I think tech companies, like, we develop technology to make productivity and bring us closer. But when we reflected on ourselves, it's like, well, no, you have to come to the office. And it's kind of like, what am I missing, right? So, you know, I think you have, you know, individuals like Thea, and they, and there's no offense to them, but they have this idea of, like, this very outdated way of thinking where I have to monitor you physically in the office and there's things you're going to miss. And I think there's pros and cons to that, right? But I also feel now that we've been forced into this corner where everyone is remote now, whether you live in that city that's your headquarters or not, and you're seeing that productivity is not falling off, it's actually getting better. There's a lot of people that feel like I have more work-life balance because now I can, you know, go running outside and go take care of this and then run back to a meeting and do all these things that you couldn't do before when you were forced to come into the office. You can hire people that are sitting in places that you may never think about opening up an office at. And these are great individuals with a certain skill set and mindset and diversity and culture add, not culture fit. And I'm sure I'll get to that later, about that you would just never have the opportunity to, because they're just not going to move. And, you know, over my career, I can't tell you how many individuals say, like, hey, I love your company, but I'm living in a 5-bedroom house in the South, and I don't want to leave that for where I live in California, where they're just like, yeah, I'm going to end up getting this 1-bedroom apartment and my family's not here because you won't let me work remote. So I really do feel that moving forward, there's a lot of companies that are going to go fully remote now. They're going to allow, you know, and I think that's beneficial to add to our diversity.
Awesome. Yep. And so keeping that kind of in mind, and geographical bias has obviously been a huge issue, particularly in tech, for ever, basically up until now, right? Damina, this one's for you. So bias, we all agree, can hinder progress, no matter what. What do you think, and I think everybody should take this up, honestly, what do we all think is the most rampant type of bias in the tech industry? What have we all seen kind of individually, and what do you think the most prevalent is as a whole?
Yeah. One thing that's been on my mind a lot this last year or so, and I think Noelle might have touched on it super briefly, But the thing that I realized is that referrals are biased. I used to preach, because I didn't know, right, that referrals were one of the greatest ways to hire because statistically they do better in loops. They're easier to close. Like people have an idea of their, core competencies and work ethic and all that. So statistically they do better. But let's say you have a team of all white males. Most of their referrals are also going to be all white males because that's their network. And so the thing that I've realized is, although it can be a quick hire, it isn't necessarily the best. And it's really hard as a recruiter to level the playing field when one candidate is either internal or a referral and the hiring manager has a relationship with them or has worked with them before. Even if you bring the greatest diverse candidate on the planet to the table, there's a huge bias there. And it's hard to level that playing field. So I haven't really figured out how to solve for this, to be honest with you. I think the first step is just being aware of it and making sure that the hiring managers are aware of it. The second thing that's been on my mind a lot is maybe doing more succession planning. And I know that that's typically done in like exec recruiting. And what succession planning is kind of planning if that leader was to go, who do we have in the pipeline, either internally and or externally to fill that gap. And I think that if we're a little bit more proactive and intentional about building that succession plan to include diverse candidates and start building those relationships with diverse candidates ahead, then they're going to have a relationship with that diverse candidate and it might hopefully level the playing field. But again, I haven't figured it out. So if anyone else has any good ideas, let me know.
Guys, who wants to take that up next? No question that any form of nepotism carries with it some inherent bias, right? What do you think, in addition to referrals in the tech industry, what do you think is another type of very prevalent bias, conscious or unconscious, that we see?
Okay. I couldn't get to that mute button. I would say outside of that, one of the things that comes to my mind is around education. I think that a lot of leaders now within the tech space have gone through that natural progression of a 4-year degree in computer science and then maybe, certifications and things since then. And, with the need for developers and other folks in the tech industry, we've seen coding schools and we've seen, different websites where people can just go and hack away and really learn hands-on that may truly be a better developer than someone that spent 4 years in school. And I think sometimes this bias exists while they don't have that same formal education that I do, so they're not going to be successful like me. And I know that's sometimes something that I've seen come up. I've seen come up in the past is not being open to different types of education because technology is moving much more quickly than anyone can obtain a 4-year degree.
No question about that. And Damina, anything that you'd like to add? Or excuse me, Noel, anything that you'd like to add?
I'll just say really briefly, intersectionality comes to mind with this, where it's like how race, gender, socioeconomic status, and other demographics play off each other. And it's interesting, hearing Damina and Kimberly talk, it's like, how does race and education play off each other, right? Like the quote unquote top schools, like the Ivy League schools, like what do those demographics of those schools look like? They're usually, white male, socioeconomic status. Whereas most of the wealth in this country, what demographic has that? It's white men, you know what I mean? So it's like how those tend to play off, like how they tend to play off each other. And I think that's what makes it very dangerous. So as Damina talked about, like, you have a group of 10, engineers and they all went to Yale and Harvard, and, who are they looking for in that next, hire? Probably someone that went to Yale and Harvard because they're going to refer their friend group. And, that's okay to a certain extent. But then when do you take a closer look and say, like, I need more diversity? And yes, if you're a software engineer that went to MIT, okay, like, that's great, but there's also great engineers that didn't have the opportunity or have an avenue to go to those places that may not even have a degree. Like Kimberly said, you went to one of the coding camps and Now you're a quote unquote great engineer, but you won't even get a second look because you don't have the pedigree of going to a 4-year college, let alone going to a top tier 4-year college. And I think those things, how they play off each other, is very dangerous. And it's up to everyone on this phone, everyone in this conference, to really push back on that and show them that a great or a good or a quality engineer or quality professional comes in all shapes, sizes, colors, socioeconomic backgrounds, nationality, religions, and keep pushing that message.
Absolutely. And Noel, this is a great kind of segue. So we always talk about unconscious bias, right? But is bias actually unconscious, right? Is there a chance that going to what we've been talking about and alluding about throughout the whole kind of conversation so far, that when you're actually hiring for a culture fit, you're actually committing bias, right?
So yes. So as I alluded to, that phrase is just, every time I hear it, it like the hair on the back of my neck stands up, because the culture fit means you have to fit the current culture right now. And if you don't, then that means you shouldn't be hired into that team. And it's so dangerous, where I'll tell my hiring managers, I understand what you're trying to say, but to me, the better phrase is culture add. How can someone outside of the current dimensions and thinking and philosophy of your current team add to your greatness, right? Again, do you want 10 white males with the same background that all know each other? And I understand there's some pros to that because they feel comfortable with each other, but not to take this conversation into another direction, but true, like growth comes from some type of conflict. There's good conflict and there's bad. There's different opinions where people are meeting in the middle. And how do you do that with individuals that all think the same? I'm a psychology major. Groupthink is a real thing, right? And, I'm not going to go all 10 angry men on you, but it's like, that's the danger. That's the danger of that. So what I'll say to my hiring managers and my leaders, it's a culture add. This person has a different skill set that moving forward from a business perspective, you need. And I think all of us on this line are old enough to remember there's so many opportunities where we had a chance to advance the conversation or advance innovation, and we missed that opportunity because we didn't bring other speakers or individuals into that conversation at the right time. And that's one of my impassioned arguments that I'll bring to my hiring manager. Like, do you really want to miss this? Do you want to be behind the 8 ball because, a year from now, technology and the environment is moving in a different direction? Let's do that now. Let's bring that skill set in now, and let's see how that ends up adding to your, the greatness and, the bottom line of your team.
Awesome. Yep. And Damina, I'm going to ask the same thing to you. Do you think that all bias is unconscious? And if not, well, is a culture fit a great example of a conscious bias being it?
Yeah, I don't think all bias is unconscious. I think there's people that are just fucking racist, to be honest with you. To put it bluntly, hopefully swearing is okay. And like Noel said, I hate the phrase culture fit. It excludes people, and it's usually code for something else. It's like an easy out for something that they don't want to say. So I always probe deeper, and I ask, what do you mean by that? And normally they struggle to answer you because it's just like, I don't like this person, but I don't want to figure out a reason to tell you why that's legitimate. So I hate it. Oh, and I also really like culture add too, by the way, because you're wanting to add new and different ideas. So.
Right. I think that's an important distinction too. So Ken, what do you think, and I'll ask the same to you, in regards to culture fit and how we can eliminate it from our vernacular and from practice? What do you think some good, tactics might be?
I don't know. I mean, we'll talk about this when we get to the job descriptions. I think it's just, the vibe that you're putting out there in the community. What is your culture like, And I think that I think that companies went down this culture fit hole in a way that they thought that they were going to attract the right talent. But instead, they were very much limiting diversity within their organizations by only attracting like-minded individuals. Now, I think that it's very important that a company has defined values that they live by day in and day out. And to me, I think that speaks more volume than here's our culture fit. Here's our environment. I mean, I used to work for an organization that had that kind of bro culture mentality, and it was attracting the wrong talent. And I think it's more about defining, owning, and living values within an organization.
Certainly seems like it's more of a way to exclude qualified people than define great talent, right? So speaking of job descriptions, how do we bake diversity into a JD?
So I hear the word bake, and I just think cookies. Cookies are my favorite. And, it's not so much like what you're baking in, but it's the ingredients that are there and how you're presenting them and enhancing them. So, for example, if you do have a job description, like you're hiring a rock star or a ninja and like maybe more masculine words, or, are you really balancing and offering a neutral job description that's going to appeal to the person with the right skills, not someone that you think is going to fit into your culture? Because ideally, you're looking for someone that has the right skills, that can be successful, that can help your company innovate and drive it forward. And the job description is where you start. I mean, think about how many people go and look at a job description and maybe have not heard of the company that they're applying to before. They're going to go look, if it's something of interest to them, but that may ultimately be the first impression that your company gives a potential candidate. And you want to make sure that you're doing the right things. I would say one of the most important pieces, and I know it's a hard discussion for recruiters to have, is to really only identify the must-have skills in the job description. That is key. We've all been on intake calls and hiring discussions with managers that they describe this person that just doesn't exist. And no, I need to have this, and this as a nice to have on the job description. Well, why? I can understand, yes, if I talk to someone that has XYZ skill set that is nice to have, I know that in the back of my mind that, okay, that is something that you were targeting, and I can let you know that they have those skills, but you are going to unfairly limit your candidate pools by having way too many requirements. So have that discussion with the hiring manager and really hone in on those key skills that they are looking for. You can also include, at the bottom of your job description, your company's statement and commitment to D&I, highlighting the benefits that maybe you offer, whether it's, paternal leave or flexible work environments, have an equal opportunity statement. You can include all of that in there, but it's really more important to live by it. It all goes back to action over words. So
just getting hired is not enough, right?
No.
So I know we've beaten this one to death, which isn't necessarily a bad thing to hire for culture. I think we can all agree that, yes, if you're hiring for a culture fit, it's a bad thing. Agreed? Agreed. So we'll move on. So, Damina, what are some creative ways that we can proactively source and hire candidates from underrepresented groups? Excuse me.
I think it's all about being intentional. So, there's many Boolean strings, where you use keywords, like if you're targeting women, she, her, Latina, Spanish is another great one because it'll pop on a LinkedIn profile under languages. Historically Black colleges, you can, build your strings out with those included. I've also seen people use the LinkedIn filter function and build some freaking amazing stuff. There was somebody on my team who built out filters for African-American, Black, Hispanic, Latino, and women, and used the top 1,000 names. And it's a lot of work, but once you get it in a filter, then you save it and you always have it. And that's probably the most effective way I've seen someone pull on LinkedIn, at least. So there's lots.
Anybody have ideas outside of pulling from LinkedIn? or ways that we might be able to target or better activate some of those underrepresented communities?
I think different organizations, and obviously schooling is start early. I'm always surprised when I talk to my colleagues in the industry. I'm like, okay, what's your recruiting strategy at HBCUs, or and do you do it in an authentic way? Because one of my pet peeves is like, okay, you're gonna attend NSBE, right? And I think that looks great to put that in your blog, or you put that in on, Channel 7 News that, X company is, showing up at NSBE and they care. And like, that's great. But then in the end, it's like, well, what's your strategy around that? Are you just doing it for the metrics, or are you doing it in a way where individuals feel included and they feel like our respective companies are somewhere they want to work? And then also tailoring your message. Like I think each group, each demographic has a certain way of going about things and a certain way of doing things. And I think it can't be one size fits all. The way you would recruit at Yale might be very different than how you do it at, Howard. The way you recruit, for Greek life might be very different than the National Society of Engineers. I think it's really opening up the pool and realizing that there's great professionals, again, not to beat a dead horse, as you said, that come in every shape and size, and just stop looking for the easy route or something that's right in front of your face. Get a little creative. Even recently, where I know this sounds crazy because I'm of that age, but I get on the phone with people. Like, I'll literally just, cold call them, or, you know what I mean? And get on the phone, but like, hey, like, what do you mean? You don't want to talk by email? I'm like, no, I actually want to talk to you, or talk to you by video and learn more about you and what you want, and kind of like the groups that you're in professionally or at school. And that's a good way to tangent off of that to figure out new strategies on how to get diverse individuals to start coming to your company, or at least paying attention to what you're doing.
Focus on quality and not on quotas, right?
Exactly. That's exactly it. Because I think diverse individuals can see and that's right. Demina dropped some F-bombs, so I can say bullshit. Yeah. See through the bullshit. Exactly. See through the bullshit pretty quickly, right? If you don't come, with authentic message and actually show that you're trying to do the right thing, they'll see through that very quickly. And it's like, why join your organization? And one thing I'll coach candidates and other professionals that I work with is like, those interview processes are just as much as you interviewing the company, then vice versa. Don't walk in there and it's a 50-minute conversation and it's 49 minutes of them grilling you. Make sure you stay in the beginning, like, actually, how much time do I have at the end to ask questions, and come in there with some authentic, real, pressing questions. The interviewer should feel challenged. Be respectful because it's a job interview, but they should feel challenged, where if I'm on the other side, I'm like, oh my God, like, they asked such a great question. Like, I didn't even know the answer. I never thought of it that way, or it wasn't just the usual, BS or baseline question. They actually put some thought in there, and it was an open-ended question. So I had to actually think through it.
Got it. So, and this is a good segue for you, Noel. What do you think about blind hiring? And on top of that, do you think it's actually a good strategy that can remove some bias from the hiring process? So I'll break the question into two parts, if that's okay.
Yep. Absolutely. So first of all, I think we talked about it before. You have to have the first mentality, the right mentality, before like going into these AI like blind type of hiring things. Like, if everyone's not on the same page of this is something you want to do, as Dominic talked about, intentional, then you're wasting your time, in my opinion. That's first. The second thing is, in my opinion, there's certain spots or places in the hiring process that it makes sense, and then there's certain that they don't. I think, and I've heard a lot about it recently, where resumes come through and they get filtered. That might be a good way where you take the names out of it, because there's some names that are very ethnic that kind of give away. Like, look, my name's Noel. So sometimes when people talk to me on the phone and they don't see me, first thing is like they don't think necessarily that I might be African American. And when they see my name on a resume, Noel Burgess, it doesn't scream out Black person compared to, let's say, Jamal or Rashad, where all of a sudden you start thinking about that, right? So not everybody has that luxury. So I think taking the names out of the initial spot, why do you need to know the candidate's name? Even their education as far as like where they went to school, that might be also something that you take out. Maybe if your requirement, and Kimberly talked about like what you actually need in the job description, if you actually need, like truly need a computer science degree, maybe that's what the only thing that shows up. And then your actual like job history and qualifications, and that's it. That might be a good blind way to get you past the initial process. But as I alluded to, like once you get past that and you're coming on site, obviously I need to know what your name is and know more information. And that's where I think it kind of kicks in, where if you don't have the philosophy where you're intentional about hiring individuals, then it's not really going to go anywhere. But I do agree that, just again, to sum it up, there's parts of it that make sense, just not the entire thing, the entire process.
Got it. And what do you think of it as a strategy to remove bias, whether it's good or bad or indifferent?
It's a tactic. To me, it's not a strategy. The strategy is, I at X company want to hire more diverse individuals because of X, Y, and Z, right? That to me is like the philosophy. And then you start developing strategies around that. To me, like the whole blind thing is a tactic. It's an important one, but it's not really a strategy. And the reason why I say it like that is it could be lazy thinking from certain individuals who are like, I can do blind this, and now that's just going to solve racism, or that's going to solve stereotyping, or you know what I mean? Like that, just to me, it can bring in like the wrong behaviors because you think it's a quick fix or end all be all. And that's why I think it's more of a tactic than really like a strategy about like what's the core reason and initiative that you're going to implement. And then, blind hiring, quote unquote, is the tactic and how you execute on it.
It's certainly not the initiative. And Kim, I'll shift to you real quick. So let's say we are using a blind hiring tactic. We're a company that's got an initiative to increase DEI, but we used a blind hiring system, and lo and behold, it actually did the opposite of the intended effect. So we ended up with a bunch of people that are definitely not increasing diversity. So how do you balance a diverse hiring initiative with these tools or hiring techniques that can help move the needle?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to what I had mentioned before. If you have these bias already in your process or with hiring managers or whatever that you're not addressing, you likely can hardwire them into what you're doing. And so if you have a blind technique that's not working, well, why is it not working? You can screen some things out, but hiring managers could still look at it like, okay, well, they know the progression of someone's career, or if you list the company, oh, I know that company and I know what the culture's like there, and just all this like strange stuff that can come out of it where the bias still exists. So I think you have to be very thoughtful on how and where you implement it into your process. I mean, like Noel had said, like the screening process, cutting out maybe the school that they attended, the names, the addresses, things like that, I think are important. But if you still have to focus on, if you have a blind technique, that you're still collecting the relevant data that is needed. And if there is a problem that is still coming through, then you really have to look at the other data. I mean, so if you have a blind hiring process and you're hiring in a city that is predominantly Caucasian, what do you think is going to happen? I mean, just naturally, this location is just not going to have the diverse talent that you're looking for. So then the next question is, okay, well, let's open it up geographically. I mean, that's just one example, but I think that a blind hiring technique can help supplement a process. It's not going to solve everything. You're on mute.
You're on mute, Alice.
Again. Okay. So, excuse me, guys. So let's use this as an opportunity for a little group question then. So, Damina, this one was originally for you, but I'll ask it to everybody because I think there's a lot of reasons for this. So what do you think, first, Damina, what do you think the main reason that a diversity initiative will fail?
I'm gonna give you two reasons. Because I, can't stop at one. I think that it's one of the stakeholders is not prioritizing it. I think it could be the recruiter, it could be the hiring manager, or it could be the leader of the business or company you support. All three of those people have to believe in it and have to be prioritizing it, or it's not going to work. And then the second reason I give you is I think that sometimes hiring managers or recruiters or the leaders, they prioritize speed over diversity. So they are trying to make the quick or fast hire to solve some kind of business goal or deliverable that they have. And I think it's our job as recruiters to push them to make the best hire and call out those blind spots versus making the easiest hire.
Awesome. And Noel, do you have anything that you want to add to that? What do you think the main reason is that hiring initiatives fail around diversity?
I mean, I think, Damina hit all the points I would say. I would just add, in general, I think it's just poor planning and poor attention. I think it's looking, as you said, looking at the quotas, versus something else, versus equality. And just really not doing it for the right reasons. Are you just trying to get your numbers up in a way that looks better to the media or it looks better to your shareholders? Or do you really understand the moral and business case for it? Because if you don't, once it kind of runs its course, like a lot of things in society, does in the media, everybody's up in arms, and then once things get quiet, are you still pushing forward with that? Are you consistent? And oftentimes the answer is no. And we've seen it, because in tech, has it been at least a decade where we've seen articles? I can go back until 2010, probably before. Does tech have a problem with diversity? I've seen articles like every year with that headline. I think we all have, and the numbers don't seem to be really getting like any better. Maybe they've gone up from 3 to 5%, maybe, but it's like in 15, 20 years, where is the needle actually moving like fast enough? And I don't know the answer to that, but I do know we've been asking that question for a long time, and we seem to not be moving towards a result.
Got it. And Kim, outside of making sure that alignment's there and that proper planning is there, is there anything else that you think that could add to the fact that some diversity initiatives fail?
I mean, I agree with everything that was said so far. My top reason was what Noel had said. I mean, doing it for the wrong reasons, not being genuine. But you can be genuine and not take action either. I mean, so it's a combination of that, but couldn't agree more with everyone else.
Awesome, guys. And we are making it towards the end of our session here. So I'll leave us all with this last and final question. It seems like obviously dismantling the bro culture that's so prevalent in tech is something that's way overdue, but I think we can all agree. So what do you think, and I'll ask this to each of you, what are your predictions for diversity in the tech industry, let's say in both 5 years from now and 10 years from now? You think we'll be successful? Noel, let's start with you.
Yeah, I was trying to unmute quick enough. As I look and I see more diverse individuals starting their own companies and tech startups, females, African American, Latinx individuals, I have hope for the future with those leaders that innately and from a business sense, they'll make it a priority to hire more diverse individuals. I also think that kind of the coastal philosophy of tech companies now, and even other major companies, are starting to go more remote, use additional technology that will open it up to individuals. I'm hoping that with the recent developments in the world, not just this country, it will finally stick to a point where the younger generation, the Gen Z and those younger, are just so tired of it now. And you see those at the march where they just like know more of this, that will translate into the business world. So I guess that's a long-winded way of me saying that I have a lot of hope as we see individuals like all of us on the phone move into more leadership positions. And hopefully the diversity of the country will start matching up with the diversity in the business world. So I think my 5-year, I can see it going up quite a bit. And then 10 years, I'm hoping it just becomes the norm where you can move further and further away from these diversity initiatives. It just becomes part of the culture.
Well said. Davina, you're up.
All right. So I don't think that diversity is just a problem in tech. I think it's a world problem right now. In particular, I think in the US, we have a gap in leadership when it comes to diversity, not to get political, but I think it starts from the top. And hopefully on November 3rd, a lot of people vote. Just saying, register and vote November 3rd.
Kids.
What's that?
Get out there and vote, kids.
Yeah. But the thing that gives me hope is that while we have this lack of leadership at the top in the US right now, I think you've seen companies step up and lead on issues of race and environmental issues. You see just everyday people, normal people, like everyone on this panel, everyone listening to this panel. Obviously, you care about diversity. So that gives me hope. And I think it's just this pivotal moment in history with Black Lives Matter being front and center, that I hope we act and we actually drive change, and we don't squander this opportunity, and then we keep the momentum, and that eventually tech, the population in tech looks like the population of this country and the world. That's my hope.
Awesome. Kim, you're up.
So I'm definitely going to speak for just hiring and growth in general. I mean, technology is a part of the recruiting that my team does, but we also do sales and corporate and everything else across the board. And this is a consistent focus, not just in the technology part of our organization. And I think that with diversity has been a hot topic for way too long in this area, with not a whole lot of action. And I think that events that have happened, recently this year have been prompting the right discussions to start. And I am encouraged that it'll keep trending in the right direction, that we'll really figure out how to focus on diversity, to promote innovation, and just holistically bring companies and everyone up to a level where they really need to be. And I think companies are going to be taking it seriously, because if they don't, they're not going to keep up with their competitors. It's just they're not going to be able to innovate, and they're going to fall behind. And so I think there's a lot of stakeholders in this, and I don't know, I'm very encouraged by it, and I think that we're just at the tip of the iceberg.
Awesome, guys. Acknowledgement is the first step, right? So at least we've gotten that out of the way. Well, say this, I really appreciate all of you joining us this afternoon. We're very grateful to have you here. It's been an awesome discussion. And thank you, everybody in the audience, for joining. See here, and I believe we're up on time, guys. So if anybody has anything that they want to add, we can.
Thank you, Ella. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much. It's awesome meeting all of you guys. And excited to do this again here soon.
Yeah.
For many of us who are here today, let's admit that we are very lucky. Despite the barriers that came in our lives, we did not have to go through what our mothers or our grandmothers had to go through. So I feel very blessed about that. Let me take you back to one of the stories, which was a really big milestone, a game changer in my life. It was during my high school days when I was trying to figure out what I want to become. My mom, who besides having a master's degree during those days, was a stay-at-home mom, and her entire life was dedicated to educate us. And she had a dream that I grow to become an independent woman. Doesn't matter whether I become an engineer, doctor, or work in a bank. It doesn't matter. And I did just that. I decided to pursue my career in engineering. It was harder than I had expected. My father, who had a PhD, was not in favor for me to take this path. He was not questioning my ability. He had full trust in me, full confidence in me. But in his mind, engineering was often tied with physical labor because of electrical, mechanical, civil engineering options. Those were the primary options. And more importantly, which I want to emphasize, it was male dominated. That was my first barrier. Thankfully, my mom convinced my dad to let me take the entrance exams and then worry about the next set of steps. What next? I was in the top 100 academically, so I passed that first barrier. And the next challenge began about my college. Where am I going to go? Like each of us have to go through. I'm going through with my daughter, so nothing new about it. Once again, it was not easy. And why it was not easy, the cultural norms allowed people around me to give their 2 cents about what I should be pursuing for my future. And remember, I was growing up in India. The social norms are very different. I shared this story with you because it was a game changer for me and must have been for some of you in the audience as well. Had I not had that support system from my mom, I would not be here where I am today. And I count this as a blessing every single day. So please continue to look for and build support system for you, around you, for yourself, and for others. So it's really, really important. You may not have a support system at home, but you can find support system around you and make that as your strength to take the next step in your lives. I was not as bold as I currently am. I still recall when one of our friends, family friends, were visiting us, and they casually asked like what I was doing, what I was pursuing as a career. I proudly replied, I'm doing Bachelor's of Engineering. He looked at me and he corrected me. He said, it should not be BE, which we call as Bachelor of Engineering. It must be Bachelor of Arts. And I was taken aback. That made me realize how people's mind could not associate tech degrees to women. Fast forward, I kept moving. I had a very good supporting system at my home. And by that time, my dad knew that I'm unstoppable. I went for my master's at IIT Bombay in computer science and then came to US for work. I thought the barriers were past me and I've won the battle. It's all under control. Trust me, I was mistaken. The hard part had just begun. Think about it. For an individual who is coming from a mid-tier city, not a big city, landing in US, completely different. And on top of it, working in a tech industry, there was no concept of women in tech during those days. And this is like, if you think how old the story is, this was 1998, 1999 timeframe when I came to United States. As an individual contributor, I started working as a software developer. I did not even realize what it means to be discriminated against being a woman in tech means. I was completely oblivious what's happening around me. And it continued probably. I got mentors, but I had people around me who probably had, some kind of gender bias. It became more evident when I entered into engineering management roles. And my first instance happened when I was challenged by a VP of engineering in my career, calling me in his room and stating, Indian women are not capable of being leaders, just based on his visit to India. I was shocked. This was my first management role. I was super excited, super energized to prove myself. And when I heard this thing, I was taken aback. Little did I know, I proved him wrong. As a consequence of speaking my mind, I was asked to move and take a role of an individual contributor. So think about the consequences. I was very new to the management role. I had no idea how to handle all this. I just spoke my mind just to prove myself. It was very heartbreaking. It brought tears in my eyes, and I can still never forget that first moment, because first job, first management job, first degree, these are always memorable moments in your lives. For several months, I felt I had failed in my career. I started doubting my potential, and it did affect me for months until I landed in another job. Again, I wanted to share this story because luckily I had a good support system, and I was open in sharing these conversations and not holding on to myself. My experience as a woman in tech has been bitter and sweet both. Bitter because I did not realize that my gender was being used against me for evaluation as opposed to my competency. So let's face it, folks. The tech industry has been a boys' club for far too long. And no offense to men in the audience, please note that this is a known fact, and we listened in the previous panel discussion as well. Unless and until we raise inclusiveness, awareness about inclusiveness, diversity, this will continue to get worse. Today, I'm speaking to you as a technology leader, and I still see this discrimination at all levels. And higher up you go, if you don't land up in a good place and a good leadership, this gets worse. So just a year back, I was providing some technical presentation and recommendations on our architecture. And one of my peer directors looked at me and said, I believe you should have some technical leads with you in the meeting. And I said, yeah, not a bad idea. It's always good to have them. And then I realized, suddenly it clicked to me. We had attended so many presentations with him. He never had that. At this time, trust me, I did not stay quiet. And I pulled him in the corner and I asked him, are you doubting my technical abilities? I could have held back. I was just tired with this constant notion of being called out, they think that you're not that technical. And just because women, it's not just with me, with lots of women. At this point, I knew that if I would have been quiet, I was not doing the right call for the people around me, the women around me. I would be supporting this behavior for myself and for others. It has taken me a long time learning through these experiences and generally growing up to realize that how it is important to speak up for yourself. I wanted to share these stories, all of them, through my journey to let you know that challenges will come your way. They will happen around you. And life is not going to be perfect. But turn them into opportunities and come up with much more grit and competence. It will make you much stronger. Never doubt yourself, because once you fall in this trap, it leads us to do few things which are not the best way to live life. One is take a break, completely give up, and start doubting yourself, which affects personally and professionally, or change careers. And that has been one of the reasons for a lot of women in tech to leave the industry and start working somewhere else, which probably they might not enjoy. So as technology's role in society grows, so does the need to diversify the tech industry is increasing. I'm sure all of you know, in 1995, pioneering computer scientist Anita Borg challenged the tech industry to a moonshot: equal representation of women in tech by 2020, which means 50-50 in this year. We are 25 years later. We are still far from that goal. In 2018, fewer than 30% of the employees at the tech's biggest companies and 20% of the faculty in university computer science departments were women. So I want to take a pause here before we jump into some data, which I'm going to share with you, and why women in tech. If there are any questions which audience wants to bring up, I would be happy to answer for 1 or 2 questions. Otherwise, we can continue. Okay, let me just share. Okay. So let's talk about why women in tech. Women in tech, there is a gender diversity problem across the board, and it gets worse in technology. And why we are here today to discuss women in tech. Women in tech drives business growth. It helps in making sure that companies that do not have enough female employees lack different opinions, innovation, and even revenue. Companies must respect or should respect diversity. And there is a data that companies that respect diversity are 15% more likely to have financial returns above the other national industry medians. Women in tech also helps in economic growth. There's a research which says that, by McKinsey, that $12 trillion could be added to the global GDP by 2025 if the workplace equality makes advancements. Think about that. It's really important. I really love this one, connecting with our customers. Better customer understanding leads to better products. We all know that. And when you have a woman as one half of your consumers, so why not have women behind building those products? And bringing in diversity means opening more opportunities by designing products for everyone. Let's talk about social inclusion. Having more women in higher positions can improve the social status of women and their treatment in the society because they will be economically at par. And technology impacts everyone, it's for everybody. So gender balance in companies who are supposed to be the drivers of the future is crucial to their success. So it's really important to make sure that companies leverage this. Let me walk you through a snapshot from 2018. As you can see, how the pipeline continues to reduce. From K to 12, this is the first step when women enters or girls enter into tech. And I loved it because I have gone through this process and I can see being an engineering leader, I rarely see women in engineering management at higher level. And you are probably the only one in the room. I know it's a very common saying, but that's the reality. I mean, right now, I'm looking and I'm living through it. I'm looking to hire a senior engineering leader in my team. And it has been like 2 months I've been looking for good candidates. I have not received a single female resume, which is really strange. And it's not like the company where I work is not supporting diversity. The Workday is extremely big into diversity and they believe in it. And I can see that. But it's just there are not enough women around. Or, we'll go through it like why this is a challenge in a bit. So if you see here, from K to 12, the numbers decrease. Interest in computer science, 47%, and AP computer science, 23%. Higher education for masters, 19%. Roles in computing workforce, 26%, which is fairly, it at least bumped up because now in tech, it's not just programming. There are a lot of other tech roles where, women are able to contribute. And then when you go into senior leadership, it just goes down. Let's take a look at the women workforce distribution. But before that, I want to tell you one thing, that this underrepresentation is no more a woman in tech issue. It is much beyond that. Not having diverse teams impacts business, ideation, revenues, culture, cohesiveness, and many more things if you look at. So if you look at women workforce distribution, women are working across different departments in multiple companies. And the ones which you see highlighted, this is where the big discrepancy is there. And that's where these notions, assumptions, stereotypes happen, where we feel that certain profession is just designated for men or certain profession is just designated for women. And we put people in those buckets. And that has to stop. This data also reminds me of the days when I was growing up. Because I remember in a class of 30, we were only 4 girls in computer science. And when I did master's, the same 4 number was there. So it feels like, there was no change. And it continues to be a struggle. Let's look at this data. If you look at this pipeline, this whole funnel, it's pretty interesting. At entry level, everything is 50-50. When you go to management, which is the first step, the first promotion of a staff member to manager creates a critical talent pipeline problem. And that cannot be fixed at the senior levels. The pipeline starts decreasing at this place. Women are less likely to be hired into manager roles and significantly less likely to be promoted into one. The data shows that for every 100 male managers, there are only 79 female managers. And that's the challenge. Yet at entry level, we had approximately 50-50. So what is causing this gap? This is a big question. Performance bias, unconscious bias, microaggressions, they all persist. And to some extent, racism as well. We have all seen what's happening around us. As a woman, your judgment gets questioned in your area of expertise, needing to provide more evidence to prove your competence. And I feel that technology is the greatest equalizer in the human society. And without women in tech, there is no equality. So we need to definitely focus on this, because this pipeline should not be shrinking like this. Let me walk you through some interesting facts. And these are the facts which I have gathered across multiple reports. And we feel that women make up 47% of all employed workforce, but 26% of the computing-related jobs are held by women at this time. Just 3% of computing-related jobs are held by African American women, 6% are held by Asian, and 2% are held by Hispanic women. We need to fix that as well. 50% of the women said they have experienced gender discrimination at work. Women earn 87% of what men earn, and if you're a woman of color, it's lower than 87%. This has gone better. It's not yet there. I would say a lot of companies have taken that initiative around fixing that pay gap and have taken initiatives, which is really good, because that awareness is the first step, but not everybody is there. And 71% of women have worked in a tech company with a strong bro culture. We all know that. Not going to call the name of the companies here, but we are all aware about it. Let's look at the startups. And this is more when women start going towards founder roles or being on the board. So only 1 in 4 startups have a female founder. 37% of at least one woman on the board of directors, and 53% have at least one woman in an executive position. 2.8% of all the investor funding goes to startups founded by women, while 97.2% goes to funding distributed to the men. Why? Women have great ideas too. Private technology companies, which are led by women, are more capital efficient. And they are achieving 35% higher return on investment when venture-backed, 12% higher revenues. So you can see the impact of diversity, which is really important. Women-founded companies in the first round capital portfolio outperformed companies founded by men by 63%. These are all the data which backs up and said, it's really important to have a place for women throughout the funnel. Otherwise, the companies are losing big time. Now, since we are in 2020, it has been a critical year for all of us, for our families, for our loved ones, work-wise, professionally, personally, everything. Let's talk a little bit about COVID. As COVID-19 continues to affect lives and livelihoods around the world for men and women both, we can already see that the pandemic and its economic effect are having regressive impact on the gender equality. Women are more vulnerable, not because of their jobs, but also because of the gender equalities within housework division, education, healthcare, homeschooling, no daycare. So either women are forced to leave the job because they have to take care, or they are losing job because they are unable to focus on work with all these things. I mean, we are all humans at the end of the day. And it can happen with single parents as well, for men and women both. But this is the data which proves that the job loss is 1.8 times greater for women than male jobs at this point in time. COVID-19's disproportionate impact on female entrepreneurship has also been there. A lot of women who are owning micro enterprises in developing countries, they are impacted because they have a high share of female labor force participation. The crisis may have made some family resources scarce, such as financial capital to invest in the business. But it is really important to understand that this COVID has impacted this funnel big time. We were already behind. On top of this, this has impacted. So we need to do something about it. So in today's conversation, I want to make sure before we leave, we have some actions for everyone, including women. So here are some of the actions for women, because I want to make sure, and this is all I'm sharing from my experience, nothing is ever going to be served on a platter, silver platter for us. So don't be afraid to voice dissent. That's the main important thing. Get some thick skin. It's really important. I have a motto: keep your emotions at home when you come to work. Yes, it is always good to have a place where, a safe space where you want to vent out and feel good about it. You should always have that support system, but do not bring your emotions and do not get emotional about every single thing. So get some thick skin is really important. And it comes over time. If you happen to work for a company where you get that opportunity, take it. Do not ever self-doubt your abilities and take the default blame. Women tend to have that. So please do not apologize for every single thing which you are not responsible for. Be better negotiators for salaries, promos for yourself and your women peers. A lot of times, women doubt themselves and think, what will be the repercussion if I ask for more salary? You need to know what you deserve, what you are worth. So I think it's really important when you're taking a new job or when you're asking for promo, and not just for yourself, be an advocate for other women peers as well, because now you're building a community. There is a saying, and it's the data again, that men apply for a job when they are 60% ready, and women think even though when they are 100% ready. So why? So do not fall in that trap. And trust me, it comes by, I still do that, by the way. I'm not saying I'm 100% correct, but it is important to keep that at the back of your mind, that you need to be confident about yourself. Find a mentor or become a mentor. From my personal experience, this has been the greatest blessing of my life. I have an opportunity, or had an opportunity continuously, that I'm having mentors. You don't need to have just one mentor. There are always some nuggets to learn from different people around you, and become a mentor. I had been a mentor, for the last 3 years, and it has been an amazing experience when you get to learn with people like you, men or women both. And I'm not saying you just have to find a female mentor. Definitely, I would encourage to find male mentors as well. I have male mentors and female mentors both, and on the other side as well. Make yourself heard. Demand the seat on the table for when it comes to decision making, asking questions when you are in a meeting. And if you want to speak, do speak. And if you are asked to, if you're cut in between, definitely bring it back and state your opinion, because it is really, really important. And if someone makes an offensive remark, have them explain to you, because I think this is really important. Sometimes women just take it and then take it to themselves and hurt themselves. So do not hurt yourself. Be nice to yourself. That's really important. And last, which I really want to call out, is don't be the doormat, because it's very easy to become a doormat. I want to make sure, before we jump onto the next slide, I want to have a key takeaway for all of us, for all the women in the audience, and even for men. Own your accomplishments and do self-promote. Because if you do not promote yourself, nobody is going to promote you. That's really important. How men can help. And I really want to thank every single man in the audience to sit through this presentation, because I feel that it's really important to have that support system from all the men as well. Here are some of the things which men can do. Be an ally. If you can be an ally for a woman, do that. Listen and amplify. Be a good listener and not make any assumptions. You may not even know that every time a woman talks, you don't give her your full attention. The data has proven. But having supportive male allies allow themselves to be educated on the issues about their female coworkers, what they face in the workplace, and importantly, they will believe. So I want to make sure that do not dismiss or get defensive if women calls on anything. I'm sure most men want to help. They just do not know sometimes how to do this. So being an ally will give you a great opportunity to know a little bit better, be more aware about these. Allow yourself to give credit. Many women are regularly denounced at work or experience some kind of battling or belittling comments, and are often talked over. When you see, as a man in the room, when you are seeing this happening, please speak up, because I think it is really important. Colleagues, they are your colleagues, co-workers, and they can engage in what is popularly called as amplification, because you are going to amplify everyone in the room. Learn and model. There is an ample research showing that when men are aware of gender bias and share that awareness with others, good things happen in workplace. So when you see inequality, call out. When you see bias, call out. And do correct unconscious bias. Be a mentor and sponsor. If you can be a mentor or a sponsor for a woman, do that. And likewise, for women also, do approach in your leadership chain. Definitely go for it. Talk straight and elevate. It may sound abrupt, but here's the key thing. I want this to be taken very seriously. Research has proven that women consistently receive less feedback when it is tied to business outcome. It's very fuzzy. And it does not help women to identify what actions they need to take or how they can improve and make a positive impact on their accomplishments. And this can specifically hold women back. And I know straight talk is hard, but I want to make sure, reiterating what we discussed in the panel today, I always feel as a hiring manager, when it comes to hiring, I want to find the right talent which fits the needs. I do not look at like, oh, I need to fill in this quota. That's not the way I model. I want to bring diversity, but at the same time, I want to make sure that if a feedback has to be given to a man or a woman, it has to be direct, it has to be straight, without hurting. It has to be a constructive feedback. But unless and until you give that feedback, you are not helping in the growth of that employee. So similarly, when it comes to a man giving a feedback to a woman, male manager giving a feedback to a female employee, it is really important to keep that bias aside and look from a perspective of how you can give the feedback so that the person can take some actions and grow in their career. I want to make sure that we are not missing that opportunity for women. Now, let's talk about the actions for organizations. I've listed a few of them, and I want to call it out because these are super critical. Culture. Offer workplace flexibility. Offering this to your team can help your workplace more inviting, more accommodating to working parents, commuters, part-time. All of us are part-time right now. Remote, not part-time. All of us are remote right now, but I want to make sure that companies do understand that flexibility. And hopefully, with this COVID thing and working remote, companies have overcome those barriers of FaceTime for everybody. I would say incentivize men to take parental leave, because I think that definitely will help women. If you really want to help moms out, give them the support and uninterrupted attention of being a co-parent. Organizations should allow that. Behavior. Creating that awareness around discrimination, unconscious bias, gender stereotyping, having those practices, trainings, most of the companies have it. But having that belief is really important. We all go through those trainings. But I want to make sure that if left unchecked, unconscious bias can thrive in hiring, in promotions, in feedback, and can cause discrimination. So the ripple effect is huge. And it holds women back from being equal, successful, and economically stable. Men and women get assessed differently when it comes to feedback or receiving feedback, as we talked about it earlier. And I don't think that's a good idea. Employers must educate hiring managers around hiring, promotes, irrespective of gender. All that criteria needs to be flushed out. Create those trainings, have those organizational conversations dedicated about the biases. And it again comes from the top. But I feel even in your smaller community, you can still do it. If you have a team, you want to bring that culture, please do so. There is a concept of reciprocity ring, which I love it, because reciprocity ring is a model where everybody learns from each other. And when people start seeing these behaviors, if they're positive, it can make miracles. But if they're negative, it just topples everything down. So it's really important to have a strong, positive reciprocity ring. Diversity. Create diverse candidate pools for hiring, promos, and seats at the board. Diversity leads to productivity, creativity, better revenues, employee engagement. We all know that. It's such a powerful word. But again, it has to come from the top. And you can play your part in that ladder. So let's not wait for the top always. I would say, play your role. And it has seen that, when women like to thrive in an environment where they have not only have stature, but responsibility, resources, influence, opportunity, and power, because I think everybody needs that. Sponsor. If you are a leader in an organization, do invest and sponsor women forums, create mentorship programs. Be there physically present from time to time, because I think that is where you will make a big impact as an organizational leader. When it comes to hiring, I always encourage hire based on the potential, capabilities, and not the gender. So I will be completely neutral here, irrespective of men versus women, because that's super critical. Do not bring any bias when you are hiring. Data. We see so much data around it, but hold the leaders accountable for publishing the data, tracking the data, and have them measured, because these are I would not use the word OKR type of stuff, but it's really important to have that data tied, since the impact of improvement on the data leads to improvement in the businesses. So it's really important. And the last, which is super important, is engage, empower, and transform. Because when you engage, You are building knowledge around these communities. You are nurturing strategic partnerships around all these things what we discussed today. When you empower, you provide development opportunities. You do outreach activities. You create these mentorship, sponsorship programs. You provide positive feedback or constructive feedback. And transform. You provide a safe space for anybody to communicate, even just sharing, even ideation, and a lot of stuff happen around it. So with that, I would like to share a movie clip with you, which I really, really like. And I thought this is a perfect segue for you guys to take a look at it. Hopefully this energizes you. Let me just pause. Tech challenges. 1 second. I'll just play on a different screen. Sorry about that. Just want to confirm, can you see my screen for the movie clip?
Not yet, Monica. We're not able to see it.
Okay, 1 second. Let me just see. Not yet still?
We could a while back, Monica, when you switched on.
Okay, 1 second. Let me just see again. Okay. Hopefully you can see now.
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that, guys. So let me just show you.
They say no progress. For you, for me, for us. All the numbers, all the words, the spin makes my head spin. Unattainable, unachievable, unbelievable. But I know better because I know them, all these women. I know because I'm here too, in the trenches. We are building, creating, fighting every damn day. Getting sued, going broke, paid less, pushed out, dismissed, unfunded. All because I have a different voice, a different idea, a new idea.
So I got sued for gender discrimination, for not allowing men into my events. And it happened the day of the Women's March. I came back from marching, had my sign, and a bunch of papers were left on my doorstep. And it was just like, of course, you know, well played, sirs, well played.
I have a male co-founder, and the way that we're perceived, especially when we've gone and fundraised, is very different. I'm called either aggressive or impulsive. He never gets called those adjectives. And I do think it's interesting that instead of saying confident or aggressive in a good way, it's seen as a bad thing.
You make a step, right? And then there's a retaliation, right? There's people who want to hold on to what they have. They feel like they're losing if a marginalized group is gaining.
There is a need for a new type of leadership, a new type of a woman in the workplace. And all of us really, really need to say, this is not a rehearsal anymore. We need to act now, and we need to embrace our energy and our voice and our right to speak out.
I know I'm not alone because we are each other's stories and each other's power. What happens to you happens to me.
So the sense of community is.
So I hope you enjoyed this, because this particular clip energizes me, whenever I see it. And with that, I would leave you with one note. And let me share that note with you. It's making me emotional a little bit because I like this quite a bit. Can you see my last screen?
Yes.
And if you cannot, that's totally okay. But I want to leave you with this last note, that never apologize for being you. And part of being you, who you are, is being a woman. With that, I would like to conclude this presentation from my end, but open it up for any sort of discussion, any questions, which I can answer for you.
Guys in the audience, if you have any kind of questions, please feel free to ask Monica right away.
You can post in chat if you don't want to ask.
So I guess there are, yeah.
Okay, there is a question. Any suggestions on how we can better source female candidates for startups? So the way I look at it is, when you search for candidates, in general, your requirements should be, not focused on any gender stuff. So there are a lot of software tools which the recruiters use to make sure that it's gender agnostic language. At the same time, a lot of times the way I look at it is, whenever I'm interviewing the candidates, I always feel that the candidate needs to interview on the other side as well, because they want to make sure that that's important. The organization is super critical. If I'm going for a startup, I really look at who are their founders, what are their values, because startup is fairly small, and in the leadership chain, it's very easy for that culture to penetrate very fast, unlike bigger organizations. So make sure your culture is straight, make sure your founders believe in it, and that can be your selling point when you are trying to recruit females. Talk about it, because most of the times we talk about what do we need from a job description, from a candidate, but we never talk about in detail about culture. And it's really important. The beliefs, the values matter the most. And trust me, it comes over years. I mean, if I have to look for a job, the first thing I check is, what are the values of this organization? Who are the leaders and how they behave? Because at the end of the day, it all impacts everybody in the chain. So that's really important. The next question I see is, some of the things you said about having a thick skin also relates to men, but do you think there is an unfair burden on women to be that way? I would not call it as an unfair burden. We are born with a different how to put it this way, I don't have an exact word, but men and women are different. When it comes to, I'm not saying men don't have emotions or women have more emotions, but in general, biologically we are born like this. So it's really important to filter out where you should focus versus where you should not focus. And it's a learning skill, trust me. Sometimes you get bothered by small things and you should just let it go. And the more you ignore, the better it is, because you need to take care of yourself first. You should not allow people to hurt you. And if somebody is giving a feedback, yes, take that feedback as an opportunity. But if you think somebody's feedback for the sake of giving a feedback, just ignore it. And it's always a good idea to brainstorm with your male mentors if you have. Hey, I thought about this thing. What do you think? So having that open discussion, having that safe space with male friends or male mentors or even female mentors who are not looking from that gender perspective is really important. It does help. Okay, I think that's all. I don't see any more questions, and hopefully it was helpful.
Monica, there are actually a lot of questions.
Okay.
Just move to the chat window there, and we have a couple of
I
them.
was looking at the questions, so okay, perfect. How do we want to do that?
No, so it's actually just scroll down. I guess the last 3 questions are there.
Okay. So some of the things, I think we talked about the thick skin. What are some actions we can all take to help bring more qualified women into our organizations? I would say in order to bring qualified women in your organizations, it's really important what kind of business problem you are trying to solve. You want to make sure that your leaders are aware about the diversity, the impact of diversity, that awareness is there. You want to make sure that they are also equal stakeholders. If you want to bring qualified women or, at any level, I would say the culture of the company is really important. How the leaders behave, what are some of the data which the companies are publishing these days around, and what actions they have taken, how much they have invested in women in tech, and in general, this gender gap speaks for itself. And this data is publicly available. So the more you do, you should publish that data. That can play in the favor and it can attract more talent. I would say that. What to do if superiors or upper management is gender biased? Well, that's a very good question. And I'll tell you, it has costed my job as well, as I shared the story. Because a lot of times it is very hard to figure out when to go to HR and when not to go to HR. It's a very balanced and I would not say balanced, but it's a very tricky situation. What I have done in this situation, or what I would do, is either seek for someone in the organization at a higher up who you think is an ally and they can influence to remove this gender bias. Or I know it's not the best solution, but I would rather either look for a different group to work, because at the end of the day, you have to work every day. You want to make sure that your leaders are not gender biased, or look for another role, another job where you feel that the culture is the right fit. And that's where, it's very critical to figure out the culture is the key thing when it comes to entering into a job market. Okay. Okay, last question we can take. What are some of the things you learned from your male allies about surviving in a male-dominated industry? Very important things. Get a thick skin. That's the first thing I learned. Not take everything to your heart. And when you enter into a room, you are not representing yourself as a woman, you are representing yourself as a professional, and make sure that you make them feel that you are a peer. So you are no one who is like less than them. The more you set that expectations, they also understand this part, and that's really important.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second panel for the day, how to build effective engineering teams for the future. It's a topic very interesting, and I'm excited to have an awesome panel today to talk about some interesting questions. So let's start with introductions. John, could you tell us a little bit about yourself to the audience?
Sure. John Hansen. I'm a senior technical recruiter at Postmates. I lead the hiring for the robotics team. I've also worked at Amazon, Microsoft, Northrop Grumman. I specialize in basically hiring engineers across pretty much any discipline, mechanical, electrical, software.
Nice to have you. Madhu?
Hey, I'm Madhu Vora. I work as the Director of Engineering for Nutanix. I work in the infrastructure and security spaces. I have a background in working on other companies like VMware, NetApp before that, Symantec/Veritas before that. Excited to be here. So thank you, Sachin, for giving us the opportunity to speak to this forum of people. Looking forward.
Watson?
Sure. So my name is Watson. I am the Director of Engineering at Salesforce. So I lead a couple of the machine learning teams in Salesforce Einstein, which is our customer-facing B2B ML products. I've been with the company for 4 years. I'm excited to interact in this forum with the HackerEarth community. And I hope everyone's staying safe, whether it's the pandemic or the fires in the West Coast. Stay safe, you all.
Thanks, Watson. And lastly, Isaac.
Hi, I'm Isaac Hepworth. I'm based in Boulder, Colorado. I work for Microsoft and lead a team of about 100 PMs and engineers in Azure, the cloud business. Prior to Microsoft, I've been at Twitter, Stripe, and Google a couple of times over the last dozen years or so.
Yeah, welcome panelists, and thanks a lot for taking our time for the discussion today. I'm sure the audience is going to enjoy some of the things that we're going to talk about. So let's start with, let's dive in. Let's start with the first question. And this is for you, Isaac and Madhu, and maybe we can start with you, Isaac. What, according to you, is the most important trait that you look for when hiring engineers today?
I think really, I would say capability for learning and intellectual curiosity goes along with that. I mean, I think if, I've only been at Microsoft 18 months, but even in that time, the cloud industry moves very quickly. We're doing different things and have different priorities now than we did when I first joined the company. And I think that there's a need for continual learning and adaptability on the job. The things which we'll be doing in my team in 2 years' time are likely to be characteristically different from the kinds of things we're doing today, and may require a different approach, maybe require a different focus. And really, I'm looking for folks' ability to be adaptable and continually learn. And I think intellectual curiosity is a big part of that. Folks who have within them an inherent curiosity and a desire to learn and explore and develop new skills, develop new capabilities. I see a lot of that on my team. It's an incredibly valuable trait.
Got it. So what you're saying is learnability is the key for you because obviously skills are changing so rapidly. Makes a lot of sense. What about you, Madhu? What do you look for?
Well, I second what Isaac just said. I think he touched on all of the basic points. When you said new age engineers, it's the world around us is changing so fast. I mean, COVID times of everything else has proved that we need to be ready for the unknown all the time. I'm looking for people who are hungry to learn. I'm looking for people who are very willing to roll up the sleeves and dive into whatever's required to do. Looking for good engineers, basically. There are certain set of skill sets that are very suitable for the job. But when I look at engineers, particularly the new age engineers, the engineers in the first few years of their tenure at this point, it's their willingness and desire to learn.
Got it. So that's a very relevant point, and kind of wanting to unpack it a little bit more. And either Isaac or Madhu, you could talk about it. How do you kind of assess for that skill? Like learnability, picking that up is not that straightforward, right? Like, are there certain things that you've done in the past that have helped you identify folks who are who have that learnability capability?
So yeah, so I can start with what I look at. I look at people who want to. So basically, and COVID times of all times has made it very interesting because most things are remote. So I look at people who are listening to you well. I look at people who are trying to understand the problem that you're trying to solve. I asked you A and you give me an answer to B. And that's fine because we are all remote. But from my side, I continue expanding more on what I'm looking for. And from your side, you continue understanding more on what the ask is. And as long as we can bridge the gap between A and B, I think we are doing a credible job. I think we are doing a decent job. And then the curiosity about when I'm explaining, what my role is, or when I'm explaining what my group does or what my company does, there are certain things that I look for. Did you come prepared a little bit? Did you take a few seconds to look around and see what Nutanix is, what the competitions are, what products we offer, what your thoughts are around some of that? Did you try to at least pick up basic stuff from that? That's one thing. And the second thing is, did you ask those kind of questions to me? Doesn't matter what role I'm hiring for. Hey, I see VMware as a big competitor for Nutanix and VMware is coming with X. What's your story around that? Or I read your story around that is this. Is that correct? Is my understanding right? Some of basic simple things like that, which shows that they're leaning in, which shows that they are looking and they're excited and they want to know more and learn more and be a part of the solution. There's simplest of the things like that encourage and excite me.
I think, I'd like to echo just a couple of key points which really resonated with me that Madhu just said. I think, doing one's homework and, showing up for an interview with some opinions and some knowledge, a recognition that someone's, looked me up, I'm on Twitter, I'm on LinkedIn, you can look at me. So someone who's done some research about the company, even the group that I work in, certainly shows that curiosity and initiative around learning. And then the other thing, which Madhu said, was a desire to understand the problem, and so zooming out and understanding what are we actually trying to achieve here. What's the core business result we're trying to achieve, rather than focusing very, very narrowly on the technology or the stack or the tools that we're using. A keenness to understand the bigger picture can certainly come across at interview and is a very positive sign, I would say.
That makes so much sense. So the next one is for you, John. Obviously, COVID has changed a lot of things for all of us. Speaking from a recruiter's perspective, how has your hiring or screening process changed, if at all, during the COVID times?
Yeah, well, initially it was shifting to video calls using coding platforms and different platforms to do whiteboarding over video chat. So that was the initial change that needed to be made. Now we're running into a lot of bandwidth issues in residential telecommunication services as kids are going back to school and they're on Zoom meeting all day. They're taking up Wi-Fi. So a lot of the video and even like online coding tests that we were using are timing out. And so we're trying to figure out, how do you overcome that as time goes on.
Got it. And from a hiring manager perspective, Watson, has there been any change in your hiring or interviewing style during COVID?
Yeah, so as with everyone else, everything is virtual today. But I must admit that I was a little skeptical initially when we went completely remote, how all of this is going to pan out. But I started to sense opportunity, and one of the groups who sort of inspired me was our Future Force recruiting program within Salesforce. So when we had finished hiring our summer interns for this year, no one knew that it was going to be a remote program, and a whole lot of people were anxious, especially the interns, because being physically present is a crucial part of their experience. But I was pretty amazed how well they pulled it off, and having witnessed that, I was even more encouraged as to what you can accomplish even in recruitment when everything is remote. So for me, I have observed that you have access to a much larger pool of candidates. So that's a good thing. The outreach programs have changed as well. So we often go to university recruiting for new grads, especially. And I've done this in the past. I've gone to a couple of universities. But now there are conferences that even university career fairs have become virtual. So I was recently at this conference called Tapia Conference, which is an opportunity for a whole lot of university students to interact with potential prospective employers. It is a little awkward, I must admit, initially when you go and sit in a room like a virtual table and you start interacting with candidates through chat or through these Hangouts. But once you get used to it, you start sensing the amazing potential that is out there. So for example, in this Tapia conference, in a 3-hour booth shift slot that I was in, I spoke to a whole lot of candidates from all across US, whether it's California, Georgia, or Texas. I even spoke to candidates in Vietnam. It's pretty amazing how much you can accomplish. So I think, yes, the process has changed, but I sense opportunity in it.
So that's a very, very pertinent point, Watson, and I was kind of alluding to it earlier in the conversation earlier in the day, that while COVID has posed its own challenges, there are opportunities, just like you said, right? And widening our sourcing funnel and looking beyond the conventional channels, I think, is one of those opportunities that all of us need to latch onto. So kind of, doubling down on that a little bit more, there are certain changes that, we're seeing because of COVID in our process. How much of it do you think is going to continue being there, even if, all of this goes back to normal, if there is any normal after this?
That is a great question. I suppose you wanted me to answer to that first. Yeah, so I first have to admit how much I miss the old times, right? Like the hallway conversations that we've all used to having, the lunchtime banters that I have with my team, or generally the vibe that you get out of an office. Everybody talks about the Salesforce Tower, which gives you this amazing bird's eye view of the city of San Francisco. So we all miss that. And we all are not completely sure how the world is going to look 2-3 years from now as far as work is concerned. There are certainly a lot of positives as well that have come out of this. So for me personally, for instance, I don't have to take a 3-hour commute back and forth in any given day, sitting on a shuttle, going to work and coming back. So it has, certainly increased our productivity. But it is unclear to us, what the new world will look like when this dissipates. Certainly, there seems to be like there's a potential where you don't perhaps have to show up in the office every single day. Maybe you can get that 2 days a week so that you can get all these interactions that you thrive on, whether those whiteboarding sessions or team bonding sessions, those might still happen in person. Whereas when you want to get work done and you want to put your heads down and stay focused, you could continue to accomplish that remotely. And I think, as I had alluded to in my previous response, there is an opportunity again. COVID, I may have quoted this earlier, is a leveler in some sense. Because these things are going virtual, you're not only like reducing the greenhouse footprint on the planet. You don't have to take a transatlantic flight a couple of times a year to attend these conferences. And because these conferences are virtual, you have access to a bigger pool. Things don't get sold out in the first 2 minutes, like which often happens with the NeurIPS conference, for example. So those things are all great. And I've known scenarios where in the past, whether it's a technology conference or it's a like a paper presentation conference, like like NeurIPS or what have you, people from some countries have traditionally not been able to attend those because they didn't get the immigration process cleared. So now they can still present in these venues by saying wherever they are, whether it's in some remote part of India or Africa. So I think it's a great leveler, and I would certainly love to see this possibility continue to exist while we still somehow cater to the social interactions we all crave for.
That's a brilliant point. So Madhu, would you like to add to that? What according to you, are the things that we would continue being with even after COVID subsides?
I think COVID times has taught us a lot. These are tough times, but we have learned. So I agree with everything that Watson said. We have explored. We have learned. It was hard at the beginning, but we have explored. We have expanded. We have learned new ways. Interviewing people from remote places, that's great. I mean, I was just talking, and I'm hiring right now, and I was just talking to my recruiter earlier this morning, and similar thoughts. If you can't find the right resumes in the local area, do you expand out? And the thought at that time, there was a time when we would say, no, the entire team's local, we would want to keep it local because there are a lot of hallway conversations. While I miss that too, at this point, my thought is I want good resumes. That's it. I want good candidates. And some of these things are here to stay. I mean, many of the tech companies have already said we'll probably be work from home till mid next year, or maybe next 2-3 years. It's going to be flexible. Even if we were staying local, just reiterating what Watson just said, 3 hours worth of commute every day. If we go back to office today, I still wonder how many of us would do that. And that's not just the Bay Area, that's also India, that's also other places, right? So people will continue to leverage this new learned work from home knowledge for some more time. And even if it's not full time, they'll go to work 2 days, 3 days, they'll work from home 2 days, 3 days. So it's going to be a decent balance of both of those. So I think some of the changes that we have made, or some of the things that we have learned, are here to stay, at least for the next foreseeable future in my mind.
Makes sense. I think I was reading you want to spend about a few months doing something and it gets into you. So we are already past that barrier now. It's like
exactly
from home. So I'm sure all of us are. Yeah.
I think, it was interesting just kind of building on what Watson and Madhu said. It's been interesting for me to see how the leveling effect still has a situational component. So I'm based in Boulder, and before COVID hit, I was essentially the one remote worker on my team. Almost all of my team were in Redmond on Microsoft headquarters campus, and now everyone's remote, and in some senses, yes, that's leveling. We're all now working from home, and we're all very remote. But it's almost to my advantage now, because I'm the one with a home office. I'm the one with a nice standing desk and dual monitors and everything, because I work from home for a living. I was already set up for this. Whereas I got folks on my team who are doing Teams calls from their closet. They got kids bouncing around the house, and I think that there is a big situational component still to just the viability for many people of working at home. Do they have a good setup? Do they have a 2-bedroom house with 3 kids and a spouse who's working full time at home as well, and no real area? What's their bandwidth like? And yeah, certainly the child, the online school component, I think that's a huge differentiating factor in the experience here. So certainly folks on my team, the last few weeks has been back to school in Washington State, and it's had a marked effect on how folks are feeling and the pressure folks are feeling on the team, and if they have young kids at home. And so I think that there's still a differentiated experience, even if at a high level you can look at, well, everyone's the same, we're all remote now. There is still a differentiated or situational component to the experience.
Right, that makes so much sense. So moving on to the next question, and this one's for you, John. Recruiting and engineering are kind of partners. You got to work together to ensure we're building a high quality team. But then at the end of the day, we operate differently. So how have you collaborated with engineering teams in the past? Anything that's, any tips that have worked for you?
Yeah, so I view my role as supporting managers to help them fill their positions. So I bring strategies, market insights, technology, tools, and we build out a plan and a strategy. We build out metrics to be able to understand if we're being successful, and really just partner throughout the process. I know sometimes it feels like there's a push and a pull between recruiters and managers, but really we're working towards the same goals. So when you approach it like that and you keep that in mind, over time you can break down the barriers between the two functions and really work together on a strategy that you can both agree on and execute.
Got it. And Isaac, what's been your take on kind of collaborating with recruiting teams and anything that's worked well for you in the past?
I think a couple of things. I think the first one is, recruiters that I work with, I really want to ensure that they understand the business that I'm in and how my team operates and the types of business results we're trying to achieve, and having that background. And so, I treat, cross-functional partners like recruiting, like HR as part of my virtual team, and I really very much want to bring them in and have that openness of, have them develop a really good idea of how we operate and what we're trying to get done. And then I think the other thing, which often getting started with, recruiting for a new position or new sets of positions, is really very quickly trying to calibrate with recruiting what it is I'm looking for, and having, a really high bandwidth feedback channel. In the very, very beginning, I like to see, a whole bunch of resumes come through and do a bunch of screening myself, and explain my screening decisions and explain my thinking, at which point then, hopefully I'll get well calibrated with a recruiter and enable the recruiter to do screening and really get ahead of stuff like that. But I think, having that calibration and level set between the hiring manager and the recruiter about, what the business needs are, what the team is trying to achieve, and then also, what kind of screening criteria matter to a manager. I certainly, I've worked with recruiters who have made assumptions like a degree is required, and commonly, we'll post jobs where a degree is required. Actually, if you look closely, I don't care if people have a degree or not. And there's plenty of high performance on my team today who didn't, graduate college, and that's just fine. And so, I think it's an easy criterion to stake. Hey, you've got to have a degree, and maybe you'll get a few false positives that way. But actually, I would rather cast the net much broader than that, and say, that's not a requirement for most of the jobs that I'm hiring for. And it's kind of calibrating around these common assumptions about how we screen things in and out. You can get to a calibrated situation very, very quickly, but it's a matter of, like I say, a high bandwidth communication channel between recruiter and hiring manager, basically.
Got it.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah, and so, I think Isaac really hit on what's important here. It's getting it set up properly from the very beginning as far as calibration, making sure the recruiter understands the business. I think on the recruiter's end, it would be, informing Isaac, like what they're seeing in the market, that they're seeing as far as offers and companies that are, being recruited from heavily, how his team stacks up to the market. Really, as you partner on that, you can build a great team pretty quickly, but it's going to take a lot of upfront work.
Right.
Well, what's interesting for me as well is just kind of an appreciation of the difference between sourcing and recruiting. And I've worked in companies where, they have a rich sourcing function. There are people who are dedicated to continuously trawling, LinkedIn or the market or GitHub, whatever it may be, and reaching out to people. It's been interesting for me to note that Microsoft does not do that very much. And so, I certainly get my inbox, outreach from all kinds of companies, but I don't think I've ever had a proactive outreach from Microsoft. And now I work there, but there, I think recognizing that there is this difference between sourcing and recruiting, and certainly, I've had to recalibrate my expectations at Microsoft, and had taken a lot more of the sourcing function within me and my team, and then kind of having a handoff point to a recruiter at some point. But what mentioned, I think there is this critical function in understanding the market, understanding where, which companies, you can find the talent at, which regions you'll find the talent at, the secular shifts in hiring patterns and so on. I really value that as a hiring manager, and that's incredibly important.
Got it. So if I got it correctly, Isaac, you said that today your team is kind of doing some bit of sourcing yourself.
Yes.
When you say your team, I'm assuming your engineering team. So do they feel they're doing something that they don't necessarily have to?
We feel very strongly about recruiting the right talent into the team, and so I think the engineers at first had a small bit of resentment about having to participate quite so heavily in the sourcing process, but actually there's a realization that brings empowerment in a sense that, you know, there's an engineering on my team who, you know, identified someone who'd done some great conference talks, who'd written some really good articles, you know, he read a book that she'd written, he went to her website and literally reached out to her on LinkedIn and said, hey, I'm really interested in your work. I think it fits really, really well with what we're looking for. And that person's going to be joining us in a few weeks. And that's, you know, a selection which an engineer on my team has actively gone out and identified an individual in the industry who he thought would be a really good fit for the team, and built a relationship and recruited her in. And I think that there is an empowerment that comes with that once you get past this initial hurdle of, well, why am I having to do this? Why is it me having to look at LinkedIn or go find people? But I mean, it's nice to have the team. You know, I tell my team that, you know, we have collective ownership of our destiny as a team, and I think that, you know, having the team involved in sourcing is a part of that. Is a part of, you know, determining the folks that we want to hire.
I think you've set up something great in your team, because I haven't seen this that often. So, you know, kudos to you. So kind of, you know, doubling down on the whole point about alignment between recruiters and hiring managers. And, you know, Watson, this is for you. How do you know, obviously recruiters have certain goals. At the end of the day, both the teams want the best hire to be in. But, you know, sometimes in the midst of pressures to kind of fill out the roles, you know, things, you know, the alignment could kind of diverge. So are there things that you've done in the past to create stronger alignment between engineering and recruiting teams?
Yeah, so I would second what John said, in that hiring managers and recruiters are actually partners. And I don't think recruiting starts when you have an open position. So I always believe in the philosophy of always be hiring. So to me, it's not just when I have an opening that I'm trying to fill that I go to a recruiter. So I'm always in contact with them, whether it is for the university outreach programs or, you know, going to conferences which we haven't gone to before, things of that nature. As far as for specific roles, what we generally do is partner with the recruiter to understand or help them understand the outcomes that I'm trying to expect out of a particular role. And at Salesforce, this is not that hard, in that every one of us has a document called the V2 MOM, which many might have heard of. Essentially, it's vision, values, methods, obstacles, and measures statement. So everyone has a good understanding of what their roadmap is going to look like a year into the future. So based on my own V2 MOM document, I'll know, okay, what are some methods that I'm hoping to accomplish for which I need this role to help me achieve that objective. So once we define those outcomes, then I work with the recruiter in defining what are some competencies that I need for that role, essentially. And then, you know, the hiring manager works with the recruiter and the team to build what we call as an interview committee, essentially. Like, you know, what are some areas that we are looking to, you know, test this candidate on, while also giving them a good enough glimpse of the nature of the work that they will be doing in this team, because it goes both ways, right? So yeah, we set up that committee, and then you know, we also have sources. We also have hiring coordinators who help streamline this process. So when we get closer to you know, the interview, or let's say we've completed the interview, the hiring the recruiter partners with us to help us identify what are some accommodations that we need to consider. Anything, you know, whether this candidate is interested in relocation, do they have some special immigration scenarios that we need to take care of, and more importantly, they help us provide that perspective as far as the competitive landscape is concerned. You know, who are the companies that we are trying to compete with for a certain kind of talent? You know, how quickly should we rush to grab them, and who are the other companies that they are talking to in the same space, so on and so forth. So I think recruiters bring in a lot of valuable experience, having been in the front lines. They are the ones who are talking most to these candidates. So I certainly value their opinion, and they are equal partners in, you know, making sure that we hire the right talent.
Right. That makes so much sense. So I think you were, you know, you kind of mentioned, you talked about how it's very important to create that alignment between the recruiting team and the engineering team, and how you spend a lot of time upfront making sure that the recruiters understand the role that you're hiring for. But obviously, it's a process, right? Recruiting would have like Watson said, you're recruiting all the time. And then for a specific role, typically the process could span anything between, say, a month to 3-4 months. So how do you, is there any communication cadence that has worked for you in the past in terms of, making sure that there is alignment?
I think, sorry, was that a question to me?
Yeah. And Watson, you could add to that as well.
So I think having a weekly check-in. I mean, it depends on the scale of the hiring. Right now, the last 3 months or so, I've actively been doing a lot of recruiting. I've added about 20 people to my team, and 20 engineers into my team in the last 3 months. And I think it's been important for me to have a regular cadence of check-ins, but have a sense of the pipeline as well. And so have a sense at any point, like, okay, here are the number of open positions we have, here are the number of folks who come in the front door, here's the number of those screened, in process, and get a sense of the overall shape of the funnel, overall sticking points in the funnel. What does our accept rate look like? Are our offers competitive? And really understanding the metrics, which is something you can do when you're hiring at the scale of dozens. It's harder to do that when you're hiring just one or two. But echoing what Watson said about always be hiring. Like I always want to, ideally, I'd like to have a warm pipeline of people which I can kind of source from as I get additional resources and additional headcount to hire against. But I think having a weekly check-in between hiring manager and recruiter around where are we, what are we seeing, what are our metrics looking like, what's even the end-to-end latency through this funnel, like how quickly are we getting people? Because if it is a competitive environment, and if you can't get from someone seeing your job description online to getting them through the loops and getting them to an offer, if you don't move quick enough, you're going to lose talent. And so making sure that you have an eye on the end-to-end latency through this pipeline, as well as the overall efficacy of the funnel as well.
Got it. Watson, you wanted to add to that?
No, he actually stole the words from my mouth. So great. Yeah.
So, Madhu, moving to you, you've kind of worked at various organizations over the years. So, this is kind of not just from your perspective at Nutanix, but otherwise as well in the past. When you've sat on the table with the recruiters, how often have you been, there's been a discordance or you've seen alignment? Like, how often does that happen that you have like perfect alignment with the recruiting team?
So I'd be lying if I would say, it's always perfectly aligned and, we are on this. It does not happen like that. I mean, communication is the key. I think both Isaac and Watson covered it really well. I have been, and I try to keep a steady pipeline of candidates as well, hiring or not. Hiring does not start from the day you open up the rec. So Watson hit it on the head correctly. You always need to know. You always need to look ahead. You always need to have a plan ready around, if I have a need, here are the, this is how I'm going to proceed, and this is, what I'm looking for. So we do not have a formal V2 mom. I actually really like that idea. Thank you for sharing that. But there is always a rough mental map, right? And we try to keep our, every time we talk about future-looking roadmap or things like that, we take gauge on what are we missing. Do we have the right set of skills that we are looking for? Do we want kernel capabilities? Do we want UI capabilities? What are we looking for? What do we have? So we keep taking stock of this. And so I meet with my recruiters pretty regularly as well. Now, if I'm actively hiring, it's usually once a week and maybe more on Slack or emails or things like that. If I'm not actively hiring, we occasionally meet up, which could be once every 2 weeks, once every 3 weeks, doesn't matter. But more frequently than once a month. So I do meet with my recruiters, just syncing up, picking stock of market. So when we get to the table on discussing a particular rec, we know that we are not starting from square one. We have something already built up. And I think this helps keep the alignment going a lot better. Now, in my current situation, I have multiple recs that we are hiring for. And it gets very tricky because, your rec, you have multiple recs, you have multiple candidates, and you have multiple different types of skills that you're trying to hire. So in times like today, it's very good. I think it's one of the best practices that you should stay in very close sync with your recruiting team. And it's like Watson was saying, it's not one person, it's a team.
Right.
And it's always a team effort, right? And me and my recruiter recruiting team, we are like equally responsible for bringing the right candidates, because if we do not see the right set of resumes, we do not hire right. It starts from there. And we do not see the right set of resumes because we are not putting the right requirements forth. Right? So it's very, very important from where I see it is to stay in very close touch with your recruiting team and making sure that you understand the market from their perspective and they understand the internals from yours.
Got it. Makes so much sense. John, what's your perspective as a recruiter? Where have you seen discordance whenever working with? Because I, like Madhu said, we would all be lying if we say there's perfect alignment. So let's talk about where all do we see discordance.
Yeah, I mean, there's discordance when you're not talking, about the same things, when your goals are misaligned. So, really the approach that I take to make sure that I'm aligned with the goals of the organization, I basically am working with two levels of leadership. So engineering leaders, like engineering leaders on this call, they want to know what the recruiting pipeline looks like. They want to talk about, how their team needs to be shaped, what levels they need. They want to talk about diversity goals. They want to know how their individual managers are doing, how their, interviewer workload is. All those different kinds of things are important to them. So, I'll talk to them on that level. Regular reporting or meetings, whatever works best for them. Then there's the actual engineering manager. So working with them to build out a strategy, realistic plans. Oftentimes the misalignment there is they think if they open a position today, they should have a new hire in 2 weeks. That would be fantastic. But a lot of times this may be their first time hiring, or maybe they haven't hired in 2 years, so they don't understand what the competitive landscape looks like. So building out a strategy with them and a reporting mechanism, keeping them involved, those are the ways to bridge that gap. And oftentimes, recruiters are really busy and they don't have time to do that, or an engineering leader is unavailable to give feedback, or they may seem like they're not paying attention. So that's where some of those rifts start to grow. But really, if you approach it like we were talking about earlier, from a teamwork perspective, and you understand the needs of what the engineering leaders need and what the actual engineering managers need, you can build out the types of reporting and communications to where you take those misalignments, turn them into alignments, and then you can execute.
So I think the key, for everything else when it comes to collaboration, is communication, communication, and communication. You do that well, and there'll obviously be alignment. So shifting gears from collaboration between recruiting teams and hiring teams, let's talk a little bit about the process. And I think when it comes to the whole assessment and interviewing process, tech is notorious for being extremely lengthy. And I'm a software developer myself. I've gone through those hoops, multiple rounds of interviews, multiple kind of assessments, and which obviously is needed given the complexity of the roles. So Isaac, let's start with you. What's your take on the most challenging part of either the assessment or interviewing process? And if there was something that you would like to change, what would that be?
So I think, the most challenging part is, aligning the assessment to the actual needs of the role, right? And because, hey, yeah, you may have someone that can, invert a binary tree on a whiteboard, but that's another key part of the role. As it happens, there are a vast number of things that are more important than the ability to do that. And so aligning the assessment criteria to criteria which actually speaks to expected success in the role is really key. And one of the companies that I've worked at that I thought did a really, really good job of this was Stripe. And Stripe would, they've got some great blog posts about their interview process and how they think about it. When I interviewed there, they gave me a homework challenge that was very closely representative to, the kinds of problems that I'd be solving in my role if I joined Stripe. And I'll be honest with you, I kind of resented having to spend hours doing this homework, but actually having done it, I thought it was a great way for me to demonstrate expertise on a real world problem that would have meaning to Stripe, and was a great way then, having done the homework, to have meaningful discussions with interviewers about how I'd approached the problem, my thinking about it, and it was a real problem that was of interest to the business. I think for engineers, I'm not sure if they still do it, but certainly for a few years when I was there, they would have engineers come in and try and debug something in Stripe's actual code. Like come in, hey, here's a thing. How would you go about investigating this bug, or how would you go about investigating implementing this feature? Bring your own laptop, bring your favorite dev tools, dive in and show us what you've got. And I think that the other thing I really appreciated that Stripe did was really setting expectations up front and being incredibly open and transparent about what the interview process would look like. Because I think it shouldn't be the case that if you know someone at Stripe and they'll tell you what the interview is going to go like, that insider knowledge shouldn't be an advantage, and it shouldn't be insider knowledge. Like everyone walking into an interview should know what they're going to be assessed on, how many people they're going to meet, the types of questions they're going to get asked. And recently, I've seen, I've been at Google twice, and the first time around was like 2005, 2006, and there was a lot of kind of mystery about the interview process and what it would be like. But the second time around, I joined 10 years later. I was really pleasantly surprised to see, I got an email from a recruiter saying, here's exactly what the interview is going to look like. Here's the type of people you're going to meet with. Even here's some reading material. Here's a book that people have found useful. Go read this and that. People have found this useful to prepare for interviews, and just kind of giving folks the best shot at success in the interview, I think went a long way. And as part of the candid experience, it really put me at ease. And so I think it's those two things about aligning the assessment criteria with criteria for actual job success, and then giving people their best shot at success by being open about all of the meta aspects of the process, which is it shouldn't be a secret, and I think it's to a company's disadvantage if they keep it a secret and they test people by surprising them. It doesn't feel like a very natural, helpful part of the process.
Got it. So I'm going to ask you something on behalf of all the recruiters, and we get this question asked a lot. You spoke about a fairly intensive assessment that you went through at Stripe. I'm sure you must have spent, at least 3-4 hours trying to build out the solution, if not more. And engineers, particularly senior engineers, are kind of averse to spending that time. Typically, in the big part of the process. So what would your what would you tell engineers to kind of show them the value of a process like this? And I'm sure a lot of recruiters struggle with this. So
I think it's part of demonstrating or saying this is how we've built an amazing team. Stripe has an amazing team, and we've done it by being very careful about how we hire. And this is the process we use, and these are the results that we've seen from it, and this is why we think it's important. I think when I was going through the process at Stripe, I was interviewing for a PM position. They didn't have any PMs at the time, and so I was being interviewed by people who even questioned the notion that Stripe should have a PM function, period, which was interesting. But the thing that I found that made a difference to me being assigned that homework is being given time to do it. I have a family here, I have kids, I have personal commitments, I have domestic commitments, and so the idea that at 2 days' notice I can carve 6 hours out of a weekend to concentrate on this project, it wasn't realistic. And I told them that, and I said, look, I'm going to need more time, and they gave me more time, and they were very understanding. But I think a recognition that everyone has a busy life, and yes, you may want this job really, really badly, but you've got to be realistic about the time commitments you can expect from people, particularly at short notice. But I mean, ideally, you can make the case for this process, through your reputation at being a good team, at hiring very well. And I think Stripe has a well-deserved and good reputation for having a really killer team. I had a terrific time working there, and I think that I was willing to put in the effort because the opportunity merited it.
Got it. So John, coming to you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I look at the interviewing process as me basically having 3 customers. So I've got the candidate, I've got the engineering manager, and I have the interviewers. So when I open a position, I always go through the interview process with the engineering manager. We lay it out in a very clear format and are very purposeful about each stage. That's one of the things that helps us so that we don't interview endlessly, because I think there is, maybe a tendency for engineering managers to want one more data point. Let's have them take a coding test. Well, let's have this engineer talk to them. But when you lay it out and say, okay, so we're asking this candidate to spend 7 hours total interviewing with us throughout the process. Here's what we want out of this step, out of this step, out of this step. This is what we want from each of your interviewers. Here are the interviewers for each step. That helps the engineering manager see, wow, from the candidate's perspective, that's a lot of time. Also, that's a lot of time for my team to spend talking to this person. So that's really helpful. That also cascades down to the interviewers, because then either myself or the manager can go to them and say, here's what we expect from you, here's what you're evaluating for, this is the feedback we'd like. And then finally, if I've got all that set up, then I can tell the candidate on the very first phone call I have with them what to expect throughout the process. And that makes for a really nice transition between steps. And then if someone's going to do a final round or an on-site interview with us, I always have a phone call with them. It only usually takes 5 to 10 minutes to say, this person's going to ask you about this. You can prepare for this in this interview. This interviewer likes to hear about this type of experience. And the candidate's quite happy, and I get a lot more offers out of it that way. So really, I mean, at the end of the day, we're setting everybody up for success if we do it right from the very beginning.
I love that perspective, John. Really love it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. And we've all heard stories where candidates apply and they never get timely communication, and nobody likes that experience, right? And today's day and age, candidate experience is so important. So, shifting gears a little bit, and we've all been going through the remote working environment, and of course that has had impact on our productivities. I would like to say engineering productivity has actually gone up. At least that's what we've seen within HackerEarth. But I would like to get perspective of the panel here. So Madhu, how's been remote working for your team, and how you've been? One is productivity, getting things done that were already probably in the pipeline, and then there's the other element of innovation. There are, you need to do brainstorming, you need to do whiteboarding. How have you worked around those aspects in COVID?
I don't think remote working has stopped us from either innovating or being productive or delivering. I think we are doing more. I think the biggest challenge that we have in times like today is finding that right balance, because I think the work and life boundaries have blended in so well that work's life and life's work. Yeah. So productivity wise, I think we are doing pretty okay from my team's perspective. And in fact, I get a very similar sentiment, not just across my company, but across my network that I talk to. Right. So I get a very similar feeling that people are more productive, people are more plugged into work, probably 24/7 at this point. People are also, so innovations going on, whiteboard sessions, even though we are missing a whiteboard, there are a lot more, communications and conversations and discussions, be it on tools like Slack, be it on tools like Zoom. So there is a lot of Zoom. But I think all of those are going just great in these times. Where I see challenges in particular is finding that right balance. Kids are in school, you still need to send them for breakfast, but you lost the support. You lost the support where you could just order in something, or drive them, or school breakfast is available. And that's just one example. There were times a few months ago when daycares were closed, when help was not available, right? So things like those. So people are losing some of the support as well. So I think the challenges that we have is to finding the right balance for each individual. And I would be, I would strongly want to encourage everyone to not compare it with the life that you had before pre-COVID times, because the societal structure was a little different. Saying that, you particularly asked about productivity, and I think I see a lot of engagement from my team. At the same time, I see some burnout too. And what I do as a manager for the team is I keep reminding them that every individual needs to find their own work-life balance. What I also do is, as a manager of managers, I encourage my managers to reach out to their teams and pass on the same message, and at the same time, internalize that message themselves too. For example, if I am passionate about something and I have a question right now that I want to answer, and if I want to go in and say, hey, I need an answer for this now, that now in this world can mean that yes, there might be a few delays. It's okay to wait another hour or so for the answer. It's okay to say, hey, this is my lunch slot and I cannot take a meeting right now because I have plans. It's okay for some of those. productivity still continues, innovation still continues. You're still holding on to everything, probably a lot more. But finding that right balance is where the key is. And I think finding that right balance is also something that's going to encourage us, because this is, if you are always on, it's an unsustainable model. If you were to continue with the same amount of productivity and the same amount of innovation, unless we find that balance, we won't be able to sustain this model right now.
Got it. So what you're basically saying is we have to be very conscious about creating that balance. Otherwise, one can be just swept away with the current scenario of working remotely.
Right. What I'm trying to say is, if we don't find that balance, we will see these sine waves where we will see peaks in productivity and then dips because people are burnt out and sick days and all of that. And then at some point, it would be like, hey, we haven't done anything. So you'll see a peak of productivity again. So instead of avoiding that sine wave, if we find a balance, we'll probably see a more steady straight line going across us.
What's your take on this, Watson? What have you seen?
Yeah, like Madhu, my bigger concern is more about burnout than productivity, because productivity has shot through the roof.
Yeah.
A good example is, our whole summer internship program, as with many other companies, was completely remote. And these are students from an undergrad program or a grad program who have an assigned mentor, but in the past, they sit next to someone who's more experienced, get their environment set up. But now we're talking about laptops that were shipped to them. They had to get set up remotely. All questions had to be answered remotely. And I was a little skeptical, I didn't know how well it would go. But I have been amazed by how much a lot of these young people have been able to accomplish in 12 weeks, all while working remotely. So productivity is certainly through the roof. But like Madhu said, we need to be able to make it sustainable. So you can't continue working like this. And one of the things that we do is we have these team agreements. We create this document as a team where we all agree that, okay, what are some norms that we will follow? For example, you cannot force ping someone after 6 p.m. on a Slack. You can't mention them. And likewise, if you send an email over a weekend, it is understood that they don't have to get back to you until Monday. So, some of those discipline as a team and as an individual is important to avoid this burnout. But as far as innovation is concerned, granted, we don't have access to whiteboarding and all those brainstorming sessions that we used to have. But on the positive side, the tooling has improved so much to support a lot of these things happening remotely. So we leverage a lot of those. And I also care about the hallway conversations that we are missing, or the social events that we are missing in these remote times. So we've had some icebreaker sessions, and sometimes we just huddle together as a team and just talk. There's no agenda. There's no fun event plan. It's just, getting together as a team and checking in like, hey, how's it going? So those are helping. One thing I do want to acknowledge is that, when we say that productivity has shot through the roof, it, as Madhu was saying again, is different for different people. Certainly for people who have young toddlers at home, or if you're a caregiver of somebody, perhaps working from home is not an ideal setup for you. And as a manager, and my advice is generally to increase your empathy, because you have to cut some slack for people in times like this. You cannot, again, as Madhu said, hold yourself and your team to the same standards as you did before, because everyone's situation is different. So a little bit of empathy, extra empathy in times like this goes a long way in making sure that your team is as productive and as innovative as you were before COVID.
I love both of those answers. I really did, and some things which stood out for me was always Madhu saying, taking an individualistic approach, recognizing that needs of individuals differ. And I think my boss had his phrase, which I really liked, was we're all going through the same storm, but we're in different boats. And I really liked that as a kind of as a metaphor for the situation, and the need to have empathy and an individualized approach. And then, again, I heard from both about sustainability. When I talk to my team about, I will take short-term deadline misses in exchange for long-term team health any day of the week. Any day of the week. My concern is making sure that the team is healthy today, in a quarter's time, at the end of the fiscal year, next year, and we're in this for the long game. And so I care a lot about team health in the long term, and that absolutely about sustainability of workload. And so I thought that both Madhu and Watson touched on those key points really, really well.
Yeah, totally agreed. Very, very relevant point that it's a different journey for each one of us, and we have to be mindful and conscious of that. So, kind of, adding on to that, of course, there's this aspect of working remotely, and the whole thing about working remotely magnifies for new joiners. Because earlier you would get them, you would meet them at office, and so many things would happen, on its own. But now you've got to be very conscious about the whole onboarding process. Have there been things that you've done, Isaac, to kind of make sure that new joiners still have the same experience and they're onboarded the right way? And you said you hired 20 people in the last month. So I'm sure you.
Yeah, and I think going into that, recognizing, we had a couple of concerns looking at the scale of hiring we were doing, and number one was, gosh, how many interview hours is this going to take to land 20 hires? And looking at how we spread those out across the team. But the other thing was, how do we onboard folks at scale, and make and orient them effectively, make them productive, make them feel good about being a part of the team. I think there are a few things. And I think part of it is building feedback loops into the process. And so having periods where, you'll go 30 days in, how are you doing, fill in the survey, in previous jobs, I would write a document 30 days into my new job of things that I wish I'd known on day one. And I know them now on day 30, but this would have been really useful for me to know on the day I joined. And encouraging people that I hire to add to that document. And you collect a kind of compendium of useful things. And I think that, the other thing is, particularly with everyone being remote, is make sure we're writing stuff down. And so we should have, the objectives of the team written down, the scope of the team, the mission, where do you find this, like making sure that, our wiki is up to date, making sure that we have good documentation. And again, in terms of feedback loops, asking folks who will come on and read through an onboarding guide and go through an onboarding process. Anytime you get stuck or there's something not clear, go edit that document and make it better for the next person. Like, it shouldn't be the case that, we keep having new joiners hitting the same hiccups in the onboarding process again and again. I want to make sure we have the right feedback loops in place so that, every person who joins can benefit from, all the people who joined just ahead of them. But I think, I think it was Larson who mentioned just the whole thing with shipping laptops now. Like, just IT support is a different game now. And the fact that on my day one at Microsoft, I was up in Redmond. I gave me a laptop. Everyone can make sure I log in. I got my group policy applied, all my certificates and smart cards and second factors and everything are set up. And if they're not, there's IT people standing right there who can help me. And it's a different world now where you might even be joining and your laptop's not arrived yet, and you've got to find something to do for the first 3 days until your kit gets here. But I think it's monitoring and feedback. It's making sure that we have these feedback loops so we're continuously improving, and we deliberately insert this continual learning organization. We get better. Every person we onboard has a better experience than the previous person. But certainly, I would say hardware and IT support has been the biggest challenge, frankly, and particularly in a large enterprise where things like policy and smart cards and chips and second factors and all this kind of stuff are just such a big part of everything. And laptops are locked down and secure machines for accessing production systems and so on. It's a fairly complicated process, but I think to Microsoft's credit, they've gotten really good at it, because this isn't just my group that's doing this. This is like the thousands of people Microsoft is hiring that all going through this, the remote new employee onboarding.
Right. And John, what has you've done at Postmates to kind of make sure that new joiners have the same experience as before?
Yeah, so I'll talk specifically about the robotics team, because you can imagine onboarding a new electrical engineer in this environment is not terribly easy. So, we've done a lot to allow, to continue to build robots by hand, and bringing someone new into that environment. We've got a lot of processes and things already in place, but, we still maintain 6 feet of distance at all times. We have sanitary protocols. What it's boiled down to is we let people take a lot of things home that they probably wouldn't have been able to take home in the past. Everything from very expensive, boards to even full robots to test out in their neighborhood or at home. So that's been a big change for us. But we've been able to get through it. And I'm hiring mechanical and electrical engineers right now, and coming up with the plans for how, how do we get them into the shop and get them the right training. We also work with manufacturers, so having to go into their facilities and maintain our company standards, and someone else's facility has been very interesting. But I mean, it's a good problem to work through. If you look at what we do, food delivery, thinking about sanitation protocols and all those different kinds of things, I think we're actually going to have a much better set of sanitation protocols and social distancing measures going forward that I think will be beneficial even after this period of COVID is over.
Got it. Makes so much sense. So guys, we're almost top of the hour. So I was thinking, is it okay if we take a couple of questions from the audience?
Sure.
Yeah. So Watson, this one for you. With so many people getting hired during COVID times, we'll soon have teams where most people haven't had a chance to meet their colleagues in person. Do you think it would impact collaboration and team spirit in general? Maybe not now, but sometime down the line, because we don't have the same relationships.
Yeah, I've pondered about this question. I often ask myself, is my team more productive than they were before because of the fact that we knew each other in a physical office setting? Is that what is driving it? What would it look like if every one of us joined remote? And the answer is actually pretty I'm leaning towards no, in that the interns that I again gave you as an example, they've only seen remote. None of them have ever interacted with the team in person before. And likewise, I've had a couple of new hires in my team who started only after we all went into lockdown. But that does not change how well I interact with them or how well I get to know them. So I'm not concerned that you cannot develop these bonds in virtual interactions. A good example is the open source community, right? Thousands of open source developers contribute to these projects in GitHub and whatnot, and a lot of them have never seen each other. It doesn't mean that they don't produce these amazing results. But I would say that eventually, at some point, it'll be great if, even in a remote world, people get together, a couple of days a year to have some fun events where you develop those bonding. And I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. There's another question, and this is more about, again, kind of touching upon onboarding that we were talking about very recently, is like, how do you get a new person to get themselves unblocked, particularly in the beginning when you don't have those, you don't really know people, you're generally hesitant, and if they're at office, then one could just walk up to them and those conversations happen naturally. But now they have to drop in an email or ping someone. So has any one of you done anything to kind of get those, conversations happening, particularly in the first few days of the employee? You could go ahead, Madhu, and then Watson could chime in.
Yeah, so I mean, we have, and exactly like what Watson was saying, I've hired people who have joined after we went shelter in place, all of us, right? So I have, and quite a few, all different types of locations. What we try to do is we try to organize things like happy hours where people can just hang out and not talk about work, just talk about, things that are interesting and relevant to each one of us. Maybe movies, right? Or kids or beer, whatever it works. So it's more like just hang out, and it's 1 hour. There is no pressure on anyone to join, but I have seen people join from US, from India, from Australia, from Palestine. I've seen people join from everywhere. So it's amazing to see that everybody wants to connect in this way. So that's one thing that we have done. The other thing that I do in particular is with my new hires, I try to set up one-on-ones, regardless of which area of team they join. I try to set up one-on-ones to get to know them better, for them to get to know me better. So if they have any question, they reach out to me. And I do it with the knowledge of their managers. Like, for example, if one of my direct reports hired somebody, I would let them know that I'm going to talk to your new hire. And most of the times, everybody is very open to that because, again, if we can't meet a person in person, like if we can meet somebody physically, then the second best alternative is to be able to talk. And I think that helps a lot. That helps build trust at both ends of the side. I trust the engineer that we just hired. The engineer trusts me enough to come up to me and say, hey, we should do this and we should not do this. Simple things like that, right? So I think those are the two things that have worked really well with us. we've been talking about introducing things like, we can do team lunches, like virtual Zoom-based team lunches. But there are so many Zoom meetings that I am really hesitant to put any
Zoom
more.
fatigue.
Yeah. There's Zoom fatigue everywhere.
Right.
Yeah. But we do happy hours.
Right.
And trust me, we have done a happy hour at 7 a.m. at one time. So we can include people from all over the world. So
Awesome. So just to quickly add to it, so we have a formal process where we have a assigned onboarding buddy, as they are called, for every new hire. So the onboarding buddy meets with the new hire every morning. So there's a morning check-in. Additionally, I'm sure a lot of tech companies follow Agile. So you have stand-up meetings where they can raise their concerns. But the onboarding buddy is their primary point of contact while they're getting to know the company. And all means of communication, Slack, Hangouts, whatever you have, are all open. And that's part of the team agreement as well, especially when you're remote. You agree that you will be responsive, especially to a new hire, because you're eventually going to enable them to become productive, which means they'll be bothering you less. So there's a vested interest there.
Got it. And I know we are over time, but I'll just take one last question and we'll keep it very brief. And this is a little bit contentious, and I know you guys can't speak on behalf of your organizations, but I just want to know your perspective. So a lot of companies are going remote. What that means is, and we all know the status of visas in the US. It's becoming harder and harder for people from outside to come in. What do you think about hiring remote folks from outside the US? Do you think that could work? And it's, again, I'll call it an individual opinion. I know you can't speak behalf of the organization. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're hiring a lot from Canada right now. I know that's not terribly remote by most standards, but we're less and less fixed on a location. So where in the past we wanted people in San Francisco or Los Angeles, we're now looking to Canada and saying, there's no reason why someone in Toronto couldn't be just as effective as someone who lives in the Bay Area. So we're looking that way. I think you still have a lot of, tax and immigration. You have intellectual export, regulations that you have to work off of if you're, working on certain technologies. But I think generally speaking, we're becoming less and less location specific in general across the recruiting industry at this point.
Got it. Go ahead, Isaac.
I think, so I have folks on my team across the US, but then also India, Shanghai, Dublin. I think that the one thing that I'm super conscious of when hiring is really time zone proximity rather than physical proximity, because that's a big factor when it comes to collaboration, like how much kind of the working hours do people overlap. And I'm particularly wary of hiring, ones or twos in distant time zones that are on their own. I think if you can establish some centers with a critical mass, so I have a critical mass on the Shanghai time zone, I have a critical mass around West Coast US time zone, and it makes a big difference. But it's very difficult for me to entertain the idea of one person on the team joining from some far-flung time zone where they're absolutely on their own and they have very little overlap with the rest of the team. And that's just operationally, it's really difficult to absorb individuals who are on far-flung time zones. But achieving some critical mass around kind of time zones has worked for me, and certainly I feel it's a competitive advantage to be able to hire irrespective of location, like just no doubt at all. And Microsoft, has enough local subsidiaries and enough legal support and everything that we can make these things happen much easier than smaller companies. But certainly for me as a manager, it's time zone rather than geography, which plays the biggest factor.
Yeah, and just to second Isaac, I think for large companies like Microsoft or Salesforce, that is not a problem. Like, in Salesforce, we have huge operations in India, in Israel. And like the old saying goes, the sun never sets in the British Empire. Likewise, in some of these companies, the sun does not set. There's always someone who's awake and who's working. But it's probably for smaller companies, it's a problem that still needs to be solved for in the future, especially given the scenario we are in currently.
Saying that, I think if COVID has taught us one thing, it's that location has become irrelevant, at least for jobs that are particularly in the high-tech world.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a more like you said, the time zone overlap is a lot more important than being co-located. Makes so much sense, guys. I've absolutely enjoyed hosting the panel with you. Some really insightful conversations. Thanks a lot for making time for the discussion today, and I'm sure the audience would have also loved the conversation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey guys, it's so glad to be here with all of you. I think we had a very enriching session, the last one that we had, where Sachin was hosting a bunch of very insightful speakers from different organizations, and I hope all of you got some insights from that entire conversation. Sachin, you overshot the time a bit, so you will be penalized for that. You've been asking a lot of questions to those guys. So I think it's time we asked you some questions and got your views on that.
Go ahead.
You're ready for that?
Yeah, shoot for it.
Cool. So we'll jump right into it. So Sachin, taking a leaf from what you were talking about earlier during your keynote, as well as some of the points that were discussed just in the previous session. You talked about how and why it is imperative that recruiting process has to be essentially skill-based, right? Let me stretch that thought a bit, right, and ask you this. Why do you think resumes are irrelevant? Resumes as they exist today, why do you think they are irrelevant?
Right. So that's a great point, Vishy. And as you would know, we've kind of debated about it, talked about it as an organization over the years. With the whole, and I kind of touched upon it, as you said in the keynote as well, with the whole democratization of education today, in my opinion, and that came out in the panel as well, Isaac was talking about it, it really does not matter what school you went to, where you've worked in the past, because it's become so easy for someone to develop like good coding skills. Of course, you got to put in the time, nothing to take away from it. One thing that formal education system does is it puts you through that rigor of spending time, but there are equally motivated people who probably don't get a chance to go through, some of the Ivy School leagues, but they do spend up that much time developing their skills. And there's no dearth of resources out there. Unlike a traditional, say, discipline like civil engineering or mechanical engineering, where you cannot create that tool set at your own home, computer science has the entire world in your laptop, right? So I think that's why resume to me matters actually nothing. It's mostly about what skills you have, what competencies you have developed, and as long as you can objectively speak about those skills, resume carries very, very little weight. At least that's what we do at HackerEarth, and that's what we're seeing a lot of organizations have started doing too. So within that light, I kind of wanted to talk about what we've done in the recent past from a product point of view. So like I discussed about, the world is kind of moving towards a skill-based hiring, and the whole concept of skill has become centric to HackerEarth product as well. Everything that we have, from the perspective of generating relevant assessments, flows through our skills. So a skill is a centric entity using which you can create different kind of tests on HackerEarth, and then those skills flow through from the test onto the reports, and that's how a hiring manager would also get insights about what are the skills in which a person has shown have developed competencies or not. Particularly, what stands out from our product perspective is we have multiple ways of generating assessments, all centered around the concept of skills. So if you already know what are the skills you want to use to create a test, just dive in, select the right skills, and the system will create a test for you. If you are a recruiter who doesn't necessarily possess that information in terms of what are the core skills that a job requires, but you always have a job description at your disposal. In that case, we built out a cool NLP-based engine that parses the job description, extracts the skills out of it, and then generates a test for you. And the third way we kind of empower the skill-based hiring is there are some common roles which are fairly popular. Almost every organization has openings in those roles. So we have created those common role definition using certain skills. So let's say you're hiring for a backend engineer, you come into HackerEarth, select that role. The system will tell you what are the skills that are mapped to that role and will automatically generate a test. So I think the world is moving from a pedigree-based to a skill-based hiring, and sooner rather than later, everybody has to follow suit.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, that's something that I have experienced as well, and this is something that is changing very rapidly, I would say. So yeah, that kind of just aligns with what we are trying to do at HackerEarth, like you said. Uh, Moving on, one of the things again that was covered in great depth was about how diversity and inclusion kind of play a big role these days, right? Especially when it comes to tech workforce and hiring high tech workforce. So demographically, only 25% women are, workforce is present as far as the tech industry is concerned. Similarly, African Americans, less than 10% of, our tech workforces comes from there. So could you share your thoughts on why, that is the case in the tech industry in the first place? And then maybe, how do you think we, HackerEarth, as an organization, is solving that problem?
Right. Great point. There's been, a lot of dialogue over various sessions today on the why, but I'll still kind of give you my perspective. People often say it's a pipeline problem. I disagree. I don't think it's just a pipeline problem. Yes, there is obviously underrepresented minorities are probably lesser in numbers when compared to the other population segments, but it's not just a pipeline problem. There are diverse candidates out there. I think there is a systemic bias, and not even a conscious bias for some of the organizations now, a very unconscious bias. We don't want to look beyond those traditional sources. How many of us are today willing to say, okay, I'll probably look at candidates from the bottom 10 percentile of the schools, engineering schools? No, we don't, because we've just been working that way, right? So I think there has to be a very focused effort on breaking down those systemic biases that exist, beginning from sourcing to the way we shortlist resumes and the way we shortlist people based on skills to the way we do interviews. I think all of that needs to be looked into, objectively measured, and then systemic actions have to be taken. Organizations need to spend time on using the tools that allow such things to, an objective screening and interviewing process to be conducted. They need to invest in training to make sure that their hiring managers know how to fight those unconscious biases during their hiring process. And for us at HackerEarth, this has always been it's been something close to our hearts. In fact, one of the reasons why we kind of started with HackerEarth was we very strongly believe that, talent can come from anywhere. It doesn't matter what you've done in the past. And hence, making sure that the companies kind of fight this problem of bias has been central to HackerEarth. In the recent past, we've built out a lot of features that actually support that. So not just that our library of content is certified non-biased, and we've done a bunch of adverse impact studies. And what gives me so much joy in sharing is that we actually found that the assessments that we conduct were perceived to be positively biased towards underrepresented minorities, primarily because it's a very objective level playing field, and hence they feel more comfortable. So that's one thing that we've done over the past few years. Apart from that, we recently launched an interesting feature, which is around masking all kind of personally identifiable information. So we encourage our customers to not look at the resume. We ask them to just send out the right assessment for the role, and based on how people perform, decide whether they should move forward on the interviewing process or not. But of course, there is a little bit of loophole there. When hiring managers look at the reports, they can get to see who the person is, what their names are, and through that, they could be biased. So there is an option today for recruiters to turn off or mask this personally identifiable information that makes sure that the hiring manager is only looking at objective skill reports and not a lot of information, not any information about the candidate ethnicity and background per se. And we not only extend this for our assessments, but we also do it for our video interviews. So if you turn on a PIM asking for video interviews, we'll hide all the information. We'll even turn off the video, and we generate transcripts at the end of the interview so that you kind of have a record of what happened in the interview and could be used as a diagnostic tool as well. So those are some of the things that we've done in the recent past from a bias perspective.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense, Sachin. Another thing, a lot of times we've talked about diversity in the context of gender or race, right? Would you consider things like socioeconomic background and even culture, kind of being one of those factors which are important these days while hiring people, and that should add to the diversity?
Oh, absolutely. And there is this a dialogue around hiring for culture fit. I, for one, kind of don't relate to that. I think hiring for culture fit is a very nice way of saying let's work with people like ourselves, right?
Right.
And that's the exact opposite concept of creating a diverse workforce.
Right.
You want people from all kinds of backgrounds. You want people from different socioeconomic backgrounds as well, from different cultures, different ethnicities, because they have their own challenges that they have gone through in their lives, and hence they bring their own perspectives. So I think it's very, very important for us to kind of, look at people from all walks of life.
Sure. All right. Moving on from the diversity part to actually something which is kind of related to the recruiting process itself. Uh,
Mhm.
with everything that we see, going into the recruiting funnel, conducting interviews has kind of become harder, right? It was anyway hard. I mean, we know it used to be harder when we used to do phone screens versus doing something which was face to face. So it was anyway hard, and now with everything remote, obviously it's become harder. What are
Right.
some of the things that we have done? If you could elaborate on that to kind of smoothen out the entire interview experience, both for the interviewers as well as for the candidates.
Right. So you hit the nail on the head, Rishi, that interviewing has always been hard, and the fact that we have to do it remotely, the fact that we have to battle with an internet lag, sometimes not being able to see each other, makes it harder. And this kind of hit us as soon as the whole COVID situation happened. We thought we got to do something about it. So we've always had a video interviewing tool, which companies would typically use for their initial phone screen. But then we realized if they have to extend beyond the initial phone screen, some of the things that we have today may not suffice. And kudos to our product and engineering team. In a very short duration, we turned around the product and rolled out some pretty interesting features. For instance, you can not only conduct and coding interviews, but now we also have the ability for you to do whiteboarding exercise, where you can drag and drop components, ask people to build out an architecture. So traditionally, you would do these system design interviews on a whiteboard. Now that can be done, and you cannot do it over Zoom. But having a virtual whiteboard where you can drag and drop components, build out a system diagram, kind of makes it easier for people to kind of conduct those interviews. So that's one thing. The second thing that we've done is from the whole candidate experience. We recently upgraded our IDE so to make sure that the candidates have the best coding experience as they're sitting through and conducting these coding interviews. Plus, also on the interviewer side, because until pre-COVID, the platform was primarily being used from a phone screen perspective. So you're doing your initial round, and that's about it. But now you would do multiple rounds, right? So there are scenarios in certain organizations where they want to do pair programming between multiple interviewers and a single candidate, or they want to do a panel discussion. So the video interviewing tool, which is Face Code for HackerEarth, supports multiple interviewers working together with a candidate in real time and kind of knocking out those questions. And then finally, from a post-interview uh, and governance perspective, we kind of provide the entire transcript of the audio conversation. This has two benefits. A hiring manager can then reflect upon those transcripts and actually provide more relevant summaries and interview summaries on the performance of the candidate. So rather than trying to remember everything, they can just skim through the transcript and then put in their feedback. And then from a recruiting governance perspective, it builds that history that is maintained in the system. We also do an audio video recording of the entire session, if in case you want to train new interviewers, tell them how to kind of shadow these interviews, or you just want to maintain a trail of all the interviews that you've done. So those are some of the things that we've rolled out in the recent past.
Sure. So just a last add-on to that question, right? given we are doing so many changes to sort of adapt to this new world where the interviewing process is entirely remote, do you foresee some of these changes actually outlasting the COVID or the pandemic itself, and kind of being there for good? Maybe things like partial automation of the interviewing process itself, right?
Right. That's a very valid point, Vishen, and I think yes. I think while we are moving to these virtual interviews as because we have no other option, we're forced to do it. But as we continue doing it, we will realize the value of doing something like this. So what we're trying to build out, and this is still in early stages, and I'm kind of doing early, I'm talking about it even before it's out there. But we are working on kind of building out an AI tool that helps interviewers to conduct better interviews. So interviewing is a hard skill. Even when you are doing it like we discussed face to face, you've got to understand what the person is saying. You've got to be able to take notes in real time so that you can give kind of a summary towards the end. You've got to build upon the question as the person is performing. So you're essentially multitasking, right? And sometimes it's easy to get swayed by a specific comment that the candidate made or something that the candidate missed out, right? So there is a scenario world where there is an assisted interview experience, which kind of does some of the aspects of evaluating the person's responses, what they're doing, how they're doing as they're taking the interview, so that the cognitive load on the interviewer reduces. Right? Obviously, we cannot eliminate it, but we can definitely try and reduce it. And that's something that we're working on at HackerEarth. And I think as people become more comfortable using it, right? As a candidate, I think you can vouch for it that it's a lot easier for you to write code in an IDE versus writing code on a whiteboard, right? So even if we were face to face, you may still want to give that IDE experience to the candidate and say, hey, write code here. So I think even when we go back, some of these things would still continue to be there, and that's what we're hoping for. So, thanks a lot for those questions. It was good to be on the other side, Vichy. With that, I think we want to talk about what we have lined up for today's launch. Like I had announced earlier in the day, we have something special that we are announcing today. And just to kind of give you a background on that, we started by very basic, supporting 10-15 programming languages way back in 2013, and over the years we have significantly diversified the capabilities that our platform has with respect to assessing skills. Today we support 40 different programming languages. We cut across various functions like database programming, machine learning, front end, and tons of others. And I think one thing that we would always wanted to do was to take these assessments a step closer to real world tasks. Even what we were discussing in the panel discussion just before, Isaac from Microsoft mentioned that Stripe does a beautiful job of giving a very engaging assignment to the candidates, which tells them what's the kind of work they're going to do once they're at Stripe. So, taking a leaf out of that book, what we're going to release is a full stack assessment where we can not only give the person, we're not only testing them on their basic programming skills, but you can actually give them an end-to-end task where they have to build out a small application which has a back end, the front end, and do the whole full stack application development. And just to kind of support it in terms of numbers, if you look at from 2015 to 2018, there has been a 205% increase in the number of jobs for full stack developers. And almost 2/3 of developers in one of the surveys said that they find it hard to assess developers on full stack skills. So with the new full stack assessment that we've released, we aim to help the recruiting teams do a slightly better job in recruiting full stack developers. So with that, Rishi, could you give the audience a quick view of what we have built?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Sachin. Yeah. So like Sachin mentioned, this is something that we are going to, launch. In fact, we have already launched, and we wanted to announce this with the audience that we have today. It's obviously a big launch, and it's a very impactful one for everyone who's looking to hire full stack engineers. And I'll try to give you guys a quick sneak peek into what how the feature actually works, and feel free to shoot any questions if you have in the meanwhile. So I'll try to share my screen. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, let me know if you guys can see my screen, or if you cannot see my screen, just let me know. Sachin, would you be able to confirm that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So guys, I will give you a quick demo of first the part where a hiring manager or a recruiter tries to set a new question, which is let's say of a full stack type, right? That would be the first part of the demo, and the second part of the demo would focus on how the candidate experience is while trying to solve some of these questions, right? So I'll start off with the hiring manager or the recruiter interface first, and how they are able to kind of set up these questions. So typically, this is how the HackerEarth admin interface or the recruiter interface looks like. If I were to create a new full stack question, I would typically go click on the button CTA that you have there, and this is what we essentially launched. This occupies a few pixels on our admin interface, but trust me, this is the Swiss Army knife of any kind of full stack evaluation that you want to do for your interviewing process. So once you click on this, what you see here is basically a quick form where you can say I want to create, let's say, a snake and ladder kind of a project, let's say, and you can give out some kind of problem statement here. Type out whatever details you want to, so that that kind of explains the problem in detail. On the right hand side, you see the difficulty level. You could choose whatever difficulty level you want to for that question, give out some scores. Let's say it's a 10 mark question, and then there are tags available for you, so that you can easily manage and kind of organize your reports, etc. Once the candidates attempt these questions. So let's say, for instance, if this full stack question is going to be using React, so I can type out React and just select that as one of the tags. Similarly, for backend, if I know that this is going to be about Node, I can type that out and add that as a tag. It's just for the information architecture sake. You could add these tags and use them while going through your reports, etc., and evaluating candidates. So this is the first screen that you see as while setting the question. Moving on, the next screen basically gives you choices. This is very, very important, and I want to kind of give a few seconds extra here and have you guys sort of absorb this a bit. What you see here are the frameworks listed, both for front end as well as for back end, right? These are frameworks that we support out of the box as of today. So if you want to evaluate somebody on their React knowledge, or you want to evaluate somebody on their AngularJS knowledge, or coming to backend, if you want to evaluate somebody on Node.js or Django or Flask, you could choose any of these and kind of create a question on top of these frameworks and have your candidate attempt those questions, right? So this is very, very important. Obviously, as we go along, we would add a lot more to this list of frameworks that are available, right? Some of the popular ones that you might see missing here could be Java Spring based frameworks, or things like PHP or ROR, which are missing here. We'll be adding those very soon. But this is a very critical sort of interface that I want you guys to sort of be able to recall while using the full stack problem type. So moving on, let's say, like I said, if I were to choose React as the front end framework and Django as the backend framework, I'm basically telling the system to prepare my project accordingly. Now, the important thing to note here also is that if you want, you could only choose just one front end framework, or you could only choose a backend framework and be done with it. You don't have to necessarily choose both. So that flexibility is always there with you. But in this case, I'm going ahead with a sample project which uses both React and Django. So I've selected both. I'll move on to the next screen. Now, this is where things get a little more technical. So just be with me and kind of try to focus on this. The first thing that you see here is the project configuration. This is basically like a metadata for your project, which says, what is the, for instance, for React front end, what is the version that you're using for Node, right? What is your source directory called, things like that, right? What are your build commands, what are your deploy commands, and what are the pages that you're building and what are the URLs, right? So this is the metadata that you have for the project. This is auto-populated right now, but obviously when you're creating a new question, you could always download this metadata and make changes in it and upload it again, right? So that you don't you get the complete flexibility again. Similarly, for Django backend, again, you get a bunch of commands that you can configure. For instance, we have pip install that you can run. Obviously, Python migrate command is there. Then you have the deploy commands and the evaluate commands. Evaluate typically, would consist of the test cases that are part of the project. The thing to note here is that this is a simple YAML format, so nothing really fancy, but it still gives out all the basic information that is required to build and run your project. So this is an important part of setting up the full stack question. Once you have done this and kind of managed configuring your project, the next thing you do is basically upload the the scaffolding of the project, or something that you have already built. It could be a half-built project that you want a candidate to sort of enhance. It could be something which has some very, very basic project structure available with some methods which have to be implemented by the candidates, or some classes to be implemented by the candidates, and so on, right? So whatever state my initial project is in, I need to upload that here to be able to proceed further. So I'll quickly try this out. Snake and ladder is a sample problem that I'm choosing here. So I upload the zip here. You could basically export this project from one of the IDs that you are used to using, right, on your local machine. It could also be a GitHub repository that you have. All you have to do is just download that in zip format and upload it here. Now, once you do that, you'll see we were able to sort of explode that zip into various files, and this is how the system has interpreted it. We have been able to sort of extract all the files here, and now we'll move on to the next stage. We do a quick validation here. This is an editorial section where you can sort of fill in some help text for the candidate, so that they can understand what exactly is needed from their side, how they can proceed to solving these type of questions. So nothing much beyond that here, and we can basically publish the question. That's about it, right? So with a few clicks, within a few minutes, I was able to actually take one of my existing projects that I might want to test a candidate on, take that, import it into a full stack question type on HackerEarth platform, and my question is ready. Now, obviously, this is what you see here on the screen is basically a summary of what you've done so far. So I was this is the problem name that we started with. Obviously, I kept the problem statement as a simple test problem statement. You can see the frameworks that I selected. So basically, you can review everything, and you can obviously go back and edit the question, and edit any kind of detail that you want to. So this is how your full stack project question looks like. Admin interface is pretty much this, right? Another thing that I wanted to quickly show you guys was a very cool feature, and this is where again I would want to emphasize, is that when you're creating these full stack questions, a lot of times what might happen is that you don't necessarily have out of the box support for some of the frameworks that you might be using, right? And if that is the case, how do you test a candidate on something like that? So I want to quickly show you that so that you guys understand how you can do that. So like I said, these are the frameworks which are available out of the box on the platform. But what if you wanted to test somebody on ROR and it's not available, right? Or you wanted to test somebody on, let's say, a framework built on top of Golang, right? That is not supported here. So what do? So you go to this custom tab, and this is where this entire feature kind of becomes the Swiss Army knife, and showcases its absolute potential in terms of what can be done, right? So you go to this custom tab, fill out whatever name you want to for your full stack, for your front end. So let's say I call it FE, and for the back end I call it B. It could be any framework that you are using. You can give it whatever name you want to, and here it is, right? You can select an environment which could be as simple as bare bones Ubuntu, right? You could select something like an Ubuntu which comes packaged with Node.js. You could select Java, or you could select Java which comes with Maven Gradle. You could select PHP, which comes with Composer, right? And we can continue to add on to this list. But even if you just select Ubuntu, the best part about this is that you get almost a dedicated Ubuntu machine to yourself, right? Which and then you can basically install whatever framework you wanted to, whether it is front end or back end, and configure that for your candidates. So this is how it works. You basically get a terminal. This is a sandbox environment that you get, and you can get started with it, right? So I can type out, I can basically do apt-get on this and try to install whatever packages I want to, whatever frameworks I want to, and I can set up the entire environment on my own, right? So this is for obviously power users, users who don't have frameworks which are already supported, out of the box. This is something that is really, really cool, and I would really appreciate if you guys can use this and give some feedback, send some feedback that you have for us on this one. So I'll stop here on the admin side. I've shown you how a sample question is created. Now we'll quickly jump on to how the candidate interface actually looks like. So I have it already opened here. This is the IDE that we provide. It's basically a default IDE interface that any candidate gets. And what you see here is the code for the question that I uploaded, right? So you see two folders here, one which has the backend code, the other which has the front end code. And if I drill down into this, you can see all the models, you can see the apps, etc. So for instance, this mod, if I open this models.py file, you would see that excuse me, some of these properties are not implemented, right? So this is what an admin or a hiring manager can do, right? So this code is what the candidate will come and fill in, right? So the candidate has to sort of come in and sort of implement these methods on their own, and once this is done, they can obviously evaluate their code and see whether it solves the problem that they've been asked to solve, right? So that's what the candidate does. But beyond just writing code on an IDE interface, what you also see here are the logs, right? So these are the logs that you can use to see what is happening with your application as you change your code and as you try to build it again, right? So this is very helpful again. Similarly, you get a terminal window as well, where you can write commands like activate backend and basically get into a Python shell, right? Something like this. And again, use it to sort of build your models, to import data into your database. We provide SQLite as the database, so you could use that. So very powerful tool as such, right? Because if you don't have terminal, sometimes you feel handicapped. So this has been one of our learnings, while trying to provide a good development environment, which is virtual but still provides everything that a candidate might need while trying to solve a problem. So you have the logs, you have the terminal here. Again, quickly, this is the preview, which if you click, will show you how your application's current code looks like and how it looks on the browser. So I have it opened here. This is how the current code actually looks like, a simple UI that is already built. Now, once you sort of implement the placeholder methods here, the functionality automatically would reflect on this page, and you could basically play around with this and see what is happening, right? So this is the preview that you can see anytime. And obviously then there is run code and submit code. Run code essentially would evaluate your code against the test cases which have been provided by the question setter, and submit code would essentially just take the take your current state of code and submit it for final evaluation, right? So this is how the candidate interface looks like. Quickly showing you how the run code interface looks like. So once you click on run code, your code will be tested against some of the test cases which are already present in the project. So in this case, let's say there are 3 test cases. All of them seem to have failed, and the reason for that failure is obviously because we have not implemented the code right now, which was asked of us, right? So once you implement that code and you basically provide the solution, these test cases should ideally pass. And once these pass, you can obviously click on submit code and you are done, right? So this is how the candidate interface looks like. Again, emphasis from our side has been that we provide an environment to the candidate which is as close to the real development environment, and hence you see all sorts of flexibility around using the terminal. You could use the terminal to install additional libraries if you wanted to, right? And then you have obviously the previews and the code submission and stuff like that. If you wanted to refer back to the question while attempting to write code, you can obviously open this panel, and it's like a draw that you can use to read the question again. So that's actually pretty much it. While we have invested significant energies in developing this, I am very happy that out of the box we are able to support 5-6 frameworks as of today. But very soon we should be able to support most of the popular frameworks that you see across the development ecosystem. So HackerEarth would be probably the only solution which would be supporting that kind of that long a list of frameworks which developers use, and that always sort of comes along with the flexibility that I talked about, right, which is the unique part here. So I'll stop here. I hope you guys got a sense of what we've built, and hopefully you guys would be able to use it very soon.
Thanks a lot, Rishi. That was an impressive demo. It's generally said that live demos don't go pretty well, but I think this one went very well. Just to kind of iterate on what you talked about, the focus for us while building out the full stack assessments has been on flexibility both on the candidate side as well as on the recruiter side. We don't want you to box you into certain frameworks or technology, and hence even if you don't see a tool or framework listed there, you can always create a custom environment, log into it, and install whatever you want to install, and just run with it. Our endeavor over the next few months would be to get customers to kind of move their existing assignments that they're probably doing in an offline manner onto HackerEarth, and would love to get any feedback from both users and recruiters. So that was our big launch for the day. And I think with that, we come to an end to the event. It's been an amazing day. First time doing a virtual event, and it's been fun. Enjoyed the panels, enjoyed the keynotes, and thank you all for listening in and giving your time today. I don't know if we have questions. If we have, we'll be happy to take that. But with that, we'll probably end the session.
Thank you, Sajid.
Thanks, Rishi. And one final thing before we kind of drop off, we are using hashtag Hire101 as a hashtag for the conference, for the event. Please provide your feedback and feel free to tag HackerEarth. Like I said, this was our first virtual event, so we are all ears. We want to know what we can do better, where did we go wrong, where did we go right, because we intend to continue doing such events, and all user feedback will be useful. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, guys.